Good morning, and welcome panel members, staff, and members of the public. As we begin our final meeting of the application review process, I want to thank the panel members and members of the public for engaging with us today and throughout the year. This process has been full of rich conversation and deep analysis on behalf of the elementary students and teachers in our state. And we could not have gotten here without all of you. Now, seeing that the panel members are now present, I'm going to call December 16, 2024 meeting of the Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel to order at 9:08 a.m. Member Gravelin, would you lead us in the salute to the flag?
Yes, panel members, please rise.
Thank you, Member Gravelin. As with all of our RDRSSP meetings, this public meeting is being conducted pursuant to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, and all work and actions undertaken by the panel are aligned to the requirements of Education Code Section 53008. Public comment on today's meeting agenda items may be provided during the meeting either in person or by signing up on the sheet located in the back table, or by dialing 667-770-1523, and then following a prompt to provide a participant access code. Callers will then be added to a queue. The operator will notify callers when it is their turn to provide public comment. Members of the public wishing to call in for public comment should view the live stream of the meeting to know at what time public comment will occur. When it is your turn, please mute the live cast audio. When giving public comment, please state the following: commenter's first and last name, organization affiliation, if any, and public comment. Again, the phone number is 667-770-1523. The access code is 651905#. The phone number and access code will be posted at the start of public comment for each item. Public comment will be limited to 1 minute for each speaker. Item 6 is the general public comment item, during which members of the public may provide comment on matters that are not specifically listed on the panel's agenda. I would like to note that the original agenda for this meeting erroneously indicated that the general public comment would be taken in item 5, but this error was subsequently corrected. To clarify, we'll only be taking public comment related to the finalizing and approving the screener information overviews in item 5. Item 1 is opening remarks of the chair, and I would like to note the following. So, as a panel, we recognize the critical importance of early identification of students with potential reading difficulties and providing them with appropriate and timely instruction. We have made diligent efforts to ensure a rigorous review process while maintaining transparency in accordance with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. And please allow me to briefly recap our process. We developed and refined the review process, review elements, evaluation criteria, and evaluation rubric, which were approved by the State Board of Education in May 2024. We thoroughly discussed minimum and advanced requirements, as well as the holistic review approach. We also engaged in calibration exercises to ensure consistency in evaluation. We carefully reviewed applications considering the extensive information provided. Today, we'll continue our conversations and vote to recommend screeners for adoption to a list that LEAs may select from as they begin screening kindergarten through grade 2 students beginning in the 2025-2026 school year. And I would like to express my sincere gratitude to the panel members and staff for their dedication and hard work throughout this process and to get to this critical milestone. Additionally, I would like to extend my thanks to the general public for their engagement and interest in this important matter. Now that will take us to item 2, which is the approval of the draft November 2024 meeting minutes. The draft minutes are the attachment for item 2. I would like to note that since we do not have a meeting scheduled for after this one, the minutes for today's meeting will be posted alongside a video of this meeting on the RDRSSP webpage. We'll now open the phone line for public comment related to item 2. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. While we're waiting for any members of the public to call in, do any members, panel members, have any concerns, questions related to draft minutes? Okay. Are there any public comments?
We do have someone on the line. Caller with the last 40738. Are you commenting on the November meeting minutes?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Are there any
Please call back during the item that you'd like to provide public comment on. There's no further public comment.
Thank you. Now, do I have a motion from a panel member to approve the November 2024 RDRSSP draft meeting minutes?
I so move.
I have a motion by Member Odegaard. Do I have a second? Thank you. I have a second. It's seconded by Member Wilson. Right, Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Kim? Yeah, thank you. Member Gravelin?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Member Grasso?
Yes.
Member Neeson?
Yes.
Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Vote is 7-0. Motion passes.
Thank you. Motion carries. All right, let's move on to item 3. So item 3 is review of the statute and panel process. This is an information-only item and will be presented by former Chief Deputy Executive Director of the State Board of Education, Jessica Holmes. Ms. Holmes, please begin your presentation.
Thank you. Good morning, panel members. I join you here. I think we've had, I want to say 10 meetings, maybe it's been 9. But it is a pleasure to join you here once more at the conclusion of this cycle of our work. I wanted to take item 3 today and use it as an opportunity both to review all of the hard work that we've done, the process that we've taken, but also some key points on the statute. I know that for you all, we've talked about these points in the statute many times, so apologies for any duplication of effort here, but I thought it was important for both for us and then also the public to acknowledge and understand where this is all coming from. So this will be a little bit longer item 3 today. So just to review our process, we've done quite a bit over this last year. We have recommended to the State Board a review process, review elements and evaluation criteria, and a rubric, which they approved. All 3 of those they approved at their May 8th, 2024 State Board meeting. These are the components of our process that basically have told us what we're going to do these last 6 months or so, and how we're going to measure applications against the statutory criteria that were established in Education Code 53008. We also put together an invitation to submit package, which went out at the beginning of summer. We also made a template for screener information, which I'll talk a little bit more about where that comes from and the statute behind it. And we also developed an evaluation and application review protocol, so how we are going to use the rubric to consider applications and whether or not they meet the criteria. So that just leaves us with our last two things that we have on our agenda today, and that is to create the approved screener list and the screener information overviews. And as you may recall, we were required to do this by a statute by December 31st, 2024. It is only the 16th, so we're 15 days ahead of schedule, so very exciting. Just wanted a couple of key points. We don't have any other panel meetings currently scheduled. However, the Department of Education does have a website specific to literacy, and they will also be posting the results of today's meeting. And they will also be in charge of the listserv. So if folks are interested in potential future panel processes and actions, we do recommend that they subscribe to the California Literacy mailing list. We also have an RDRSSP mailing list as well. But to make sure that you're not missing anything, we recommend subscribing to both. And then CD, like I mentioned, will post the list that we approved today on their California Literacy website, as well as the information overview screeners. Those may not happen immediately. Of course, there's always a process for everything, but very soon after today, the Department of Education will have that posted. I also just want to mention for any local educational agencies watching from wherever they're watching from, just a reminder that we do have a state law in place that requires all LEAs to screen K through 2 students for the risk of reading difficulties beginning in 25-26, so next school year. And the work that we're doing here will determine which screening instruments will be applicable to that mandate. I would also like to mention that the California Literacy webpage has FAQs and other information about screening for LEAs, including a downloadable adoption toolkit to support implementation beginning next year. So definitely recommend checking that out. So I'm going to take us all back to the statute, Education Code Section 53008. I'm sure some of you will never forget that number now. We've had it, we've talked about it many, many times. But the purpose of the panel was to identify a list of approved screeners for the purposes of meeting that mandate that I just mentioned. It was established in 2023 by SB 114. And we are the panel of experts, or you are the panel of experts called out in the statute that was selected by the State Board of Education to identify instruments to meet the new screening requirements that are going into place. So that is how the statute refers to you all, panel of experts. And I would say that certainly this process has shown us how very much expert you all are. But we did go through a very selective and rigorous process to identify you all. So the statute required that by January 31st of 2024, the State Board of Ed was to appoint a panel of independent experts to establish a list of instruments for the screening of students in K through 2 for risk of reading difficulties. So we started that process actually in fall 2023. The SBE Screening Committee conducted a public process, and this is the same public process that they use for other commissions and bodies that are underneath the state board's purview. The state board team solicited applicants publicly. We reviewed applications. The screening committee interviewed publicly. I think some folks were surprised it's a public interview process. Interviewed publicly, selected applicants, and recommended individuals to the full board as panel members. The board adopted the final list of panel members, which is all of you, on January 18th public meeting. And we're all very, very happy that got to spend all this time with you all. Clearly, you're the best of the best. Just to be very clear, you were all appointed pursuant to the SBE Screening Committee selection process. The SBE has its own bylaws around that public process, and everything was done in accordance with that. I'd also note that statute prohibits the SBE from appointing any person to the panel who has a financial interest in the screening instruments under consideration. As you all know, we went through a very thorough process of determining that none of you had that financial conflict of interest. You also were all chosen because you have evidence of demonstrated expertise in at least one of the following areas. This was part of the application solicitation. And many of you have expertise in multiple of these areas. But really working with screening instruments, working with students with disabilities, students who are English language learners or multilingual, students in elementary grades, and then expertise in using student data to design instruction and interventions, communicating student information with parents or guardians, including in languages other than English. I would note that all of these components were pulled directly from the statute and were related to what the charge of the panel was. It is important to note that pursuant to state law, the SBE may periodically reconstitute the panel at its discretion. They can update the screening instrument review process or direct the panel to periodically amend the list of screening instruments, so that can happen in the future. And it just begs repeating, although I know we've said it many times, the panel of experts, you all, appointed by the SBE, and all of these meetings are subject to the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act. That is very clearly identified in 53008. So what is the purpose of screening? I think this has been a theme that has come back to the panel and been part of discussion many times throughout the public meeting process. The purpose of screening is to be a part of a school's comprehensive instructional strategy, should be used by educators like other types of formative and summative assessments, should inform individualized instruction, help measure a pupil's progress, identify learning needs, and enable parents and educators to discuss pupil needs in a more informed way. So this is not a high-stakes process. It is an information gathering process and an opportunity for teachers, parents, individuals who are engaged in work around a student's instructional program to make the best possible decisions about that instructional program for that student. It's also really connected to this idea of early identification and intervention with evidence-based early literacy instructional strategies to improve literacy outcomes for pupils at risk and with reading difficulties, including dyslexia. So we all know that early identification and intervention is the best way to create the best possible outcomes for students, and that's part of the purpose here. There's also been a lot of discussion about what it means to be a screener. So I thought it was important to just reiterate these definitions which are in the statute. So the screening instrument is a brief tool administered by an appropriately trained school employee, including but not limited to a certificated teacher of record, measuring discrete areas to determine pupils at risk of reading difficulties, including dyslexia. I think this is really important because I think the panel has discussed quite a bit that not all reading assessments are screeners that meet this definition, and that's been really, I think, an important key point in the discussion. Also included the definition of reading difficulties because it's not only one thing, and so I wanted to make sure that folks were clear on what that is. Some other statutory requirements about screening instruments: they must be evidence-based, culturally, linguistically, and developmentally appropriate, and they must assess students for risk of reading difficulties, including possible neurological disorders such as dyslexia. I think for folks who are interested in looking at the rubric that was adopted by the State Board of Education, you will definitely see these themes reflected in that document. So speaking of that document, there was statutory language around the evaluation criteria that the panel was required to use to evaluate applicants to become the approved screening instruments. The SBE was required to adopt the review process and the evaluation criteria for the panel to use. They did so in May of 2024, so at their May 8th board meeting. And they did this through 3 documents. There was the review process, the review elements and evaluation criteria, and the rubric. These documents are all available in several of the panel's agendas, meeting agendas, but also on the State Board of Ed website under their agenda for the May 8th meeting. So folks are welcome to go and take a look at those. The SBE, when developing the evaluation criteria and the rubric, were required to consider the extent to which a screening instrument addresses many different factors. And again, if you look at the rubric, you look at the evaluation criteria, you can see these reflected in there. So I'm not going to read through everything because it's quite a bit, but I do have all of these different points that are identified in statute. So use of direct measurement, measurements of domains that may predict dyslexia and other reading disorders, evidence that the tool is normed and validated using a contemporary and multicultural, multilingual sample of pupils, integration of relevant pupil demographic information, and then including guidance and resources for educators regarding how to administer the instruments, interpret and explain the results, and determine further individualized educational strategies. And there's also language in the statute that clarifies what the guidance must be informed by. So the state of California, this is not the first time the state of California, right, is looking at this topic, and we have many existing, in the State Board of Education and the Department of Education, we have many tools and resources and guidance for LEAs to use, including the ELA ELD framework, the California Dyslexia Guidelines, and as well as other resources. The statute also talks about the guidance reflecting tiered interventions model aligned with MTSS, or the multi-tiered systems of support. 53008 is not a short section of law. There's quite a bit of information in it. So there are some other requirements for the screening instruments. They are not considered an evaluation or diagnostic tool to establish eligibility for special education and related services. So that's one really critical point that I think we discussed at length early in some of our earlier meetings. Results from a screening instrument shall be used as part of a broader process that further evaluates pupil needs and progress, and it's not to be used for any high-stakes purposes. So that includes things like English language learner re-identification, or placement in gate, or anything of any high-stakes type of purpose. Another really important component that the panel needed to take into consideration was selecting screening instruments that were appropriate for English learners. So the panel is required to select screening instruments that are developed for not just English-speaking students, but for students who speak primarily other languages, and languages that reflect the primary languages of students in the state. To the extent assessments in those languages are available, we did have applicants that came through that were in languages other than English, so that's real positive. But we also know that the number of languages that are spoken in our classrooms are myriad, and certainly there don't exist screening instruments that reflect all of those languages. So there's also in the statute an alternative protocol for LEAs to go through if a screening instrument does not exist in the language, or has not been approved by the panel, I should say, in the language that a given student speaks. And that's all outlined here. Just to clarify, if there are components of screening instruments that do not require English language, or really other language if they're in another language proficiency, they may be used in the evaluation of pupils who don't speak a language for which a screener is available. But we do note that when a pupil acquires sufficient English language knowledge and fluency, and they're in grades K through 2, they may be screened, and they are required to be screened as soon as they are able to. So let's talk a little bit about the screener information overviews and where those come from. So the statute also requires the panel to provide information about the appropriate administration of each screening instrument for use by LEAs. Statute calls out appropriate grades for administration, but not limited to that. And so part of what the panel has done is interpreted this to include providing other information about these screening instruments so that LEAs can see that information as well. So we've taken a little bit, probably a broader interpretation of this section of statute, but that is what is the statute that is behind the screener information overviews. So let's talk a little bit about our statutory timeline and how we have been responsive to the statutory timeline. The SBE was required to appoint this panel by January 31st. It did so by January 18th, of 2024. The SBE was required to adopt the review process and evaluation criteria for the panel to use to determine the list of approved screening instruments. It did so on May 8th, 2024, and it did that by approving the review process, review elements, and evaluation criteria, and rubric documents. The panel is required to identify a list of approved screening instruments by December 31st, 2024. We anticipate that in item 4 that we have on our agenda today, the panel will take up that item and we'll take a vote to approve screening instruments. So we do anticipate that if things go as we have planned, that approved list will be available today. One thing that I think it's really important to note, because we've gotten several questions about this from members of the public, is whether or not this list is going to go back to the State Board of Education for another vote, and the answer is no. So today's vote is binding. It is the vote for approval. Other dates that are really important and are coming up, LEAs are required to their boards are required to adopt a screening instrument for use by June 30th. So it's a really short turnaround time, both for this process and then also for LEAs to adopt their screening instruments. And then they have to implement no later than the 25-26 school year and conduct these screenings annually thereafter. So because we're going to be taking votes today that we've been working towards for the whole last year, I did want to review just very briefly our bylaws. So for folks at home who are interested, the State Board of Education approved a set of bylaws that govern this panel. They did that at their January 18th, 2024 State Board meeting, along with the identification of the panel members. And these provide all of the rules and processes by which the panel operates. So according to these bylaws, I think they're called governing policy is the actual term used on the website. Each panel member of the panel shall have one vote. So everyone gets one vote. Actions shall be taken by a majority vote of RDRSSP membership present during a regularly scheduled meeting. The panel shall take action only when a quorum of total membership is present at a regularly scheduled meeting. For the purposes of today, currently we have 7 of you present. That constitutes a quorum. We anticipate that for item 4, we will have our other 2 members Guerrero and O'Brien will be joining us via Zoom. For item 4, we will have all 9 members present. Because of that, for today's meeting, all motions will require 5 aye votes to pass. So just to make very clear to folks at home and folks on the panel, 5 aye votes will be the required minimum to pass. So before we move on to public comment, did want to take an opportunity to allow panel members to ask any questions. So Chair Kim, turn it over to you to facilitate.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. Panel members, do you have any clarifying questions? Member Martinez.
So are you, is there going to be, I guess, further description of what our process is? Or if not, then can I say back what I think I heard? Are we going to review each application and at that point, oh no, we won't vote until 4 p.m. So we're going to review each application and discuss as a whole group, small group?
So I will definitely leave it to the folks who are going to be facilitating item 4 to talk through the process for that item. I did want to clarify in case I said this incorrectly. So this will all be happening in item 4, not at 4 p.m. So just to make sure that I was clear, I don't anticipate that we're going to be, we may. The panel can certainly choose to discuss to any length that they want, but I don't anticipate that it will take until 4 p.m. to get to the votes. But I will allow the folks who are facilitating the next discussion to talk through the process. But I do believe all those questions will be answered by them.
Member Collin, Gravelin.
Can I ask a clarifying question about the statute language with using the screening measure for the high stakes purposes such as reclassification? Is that more for the purpose that when we as a panel are approving the screener, we're approving it for this purpose only and not approving it for other purposes? Or is this language that is supposed to dictate to the school districts that they are not allowed to use the results for additional purposes?
That's a great question. And the answer really, I believe, is both. Certainly the panel is approving these instruments for the purpose of screening students for risk of reading difficulties, and that's it, not taking into consideration any other purpose. Additionally, LEAs are not allowed to use the results from these for any other purpose as well. So certainly we can't know exactly what the intent was of the folks who were drafting this, but I think as interpreted, it applies to both.
Are there any other additional clarifying questions? All right, thank you very much. We'll now open the phone line for public comment on this item. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are none.
Thank you very much. Now this concludes this information item.
Thank you, Chair Kim. I do believe we'll need to take about a 20-minute break after this item.
That sounds great. Thank you. So with that, we'll take a break. I see at 9:39 a.m. So let's return at 10 o'clock. Thank you. Welcome back. Seeing that panel members are not present, I call the meeting back to order at 10:14 a.m. Item 4 is final application review. I understand that panel member O'Brien and Vice Chair Guerrero are participating in this meeting from remote locations. Consistent with the Bagley-Keene Open Meeting Act, I must ask panel member O'Brien, would you confirm that you're present?
Yes, I am.
Would you confirm that there's nobody in the room? You're participating from remotely.
There's no one in the room, and I'm participating from a remote place.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, Vice Chair Guerrero, would you confirm that you're present?
Yes, I am present.
Would you confirm that there's nobody in the room? You are participating from remotely.
I am, no, there's no one in the room, and I am participating remotely.
Thank you. Vice Chair Guerrero is feeling under the weather and is isolating to protect the health of other panel members, and we thank Vice Chair Guerrero for thinking of us. To ensure smooth governance of our meeting through items 4 and 5, Vice Chair Guerrero and I have agreed to deputize Member Neeson as today's Vice Chair. Member Neeson, we appreciate your taking this duty on. To formally take this role, Vice Chair Guerrero, do you agree to deputize Member Neeson for the December 16th meeting of the RDRSSP?
Yes, I do agree to Member Neeson acting as Vice Chair.
Thank you. I also agree. Now, Member Neeson, do you agree to serve as the Vice Chair for the December 16th meeting of the RDRSSP?
I agree.
Thank you so much. Now, for item 4, we'll have a staff presentation, public comment, Then we'll engage in full panel facilitated discussion about select applications that panel members determine require further conversation. This is an action item, and we anticipate taking a vote at the end of this item. This vote will determine the final approved list of screening instruments that will be available to LEAs to meet the mandate to screen K through 2 students for risk of reading difficulties beginning 2025-2022 academic year. Again, the vote for this item will determine the approved screening instruments which this panel is required to identify pursuant to Education Code Section 53008. With that, I'll turn things over to Jennifer Zoffel and Victor Diaz from West Ed, who will be presenting and facilitating this item. Ms. Zoffel, you may begin.
Thank you very much. Good morning, panel. Jennifer Zoffel with West Ed. Glad to be with you today, and thank you for the patience, everyone. It's been our pleasure to help support this panel as process facilitator over the past months. Our role is to help make things move smoothly, as smoothly as possible, so that you all can focus on engaging on conversations together around the content. And so we thank you for having us here. Chair Kim just eloquently read to you the statute, so I won't do it again, but I did want to put it up on the slides in front of you as a reminder that the overall purpose for this item is to vote to approve the list of screening instruments. Wanted to note that the addendum that was posted publicly, for item 4, was the review of the draft lists. These were based on the staff recommendations of what we believe we heard the panel say at the November meeting regarding which screeners did or did not meet your expectations. So want to be clear that is absolutely a draft and that ultimately is there to help the panel as they categorize and make some decisions in today's meeting. You all will be voting on the final list of approved screeners at the end of this item today. So to the question that was asked earlier, want to make sure to review what that process looks like before we hop into it. But wanted to make sure that everyone has access to that addendum with the various lists. For today's process, we're going to start by taking any clarifying questions from the panel, and then we'll move directly to public comment so that the panel is able to hear specifically from the public before you engage in your conversation. We are going to ask the panelists to then identify applications that you believe need further discussion. This doesn't mean that an application, every application will be voted on. So whether you pull it for discussion or not is really just helping us think through the timing that's needed for those discussions. So based on where there is strong agreement or where there's still some disagreement, helping to prioritize the conversation that you want to have. So want to be really clear that when we get to that point, it really is just about identifying where you want to have discussion. We'll take a brief break so that my colleague and I can double check our timing and set up the process for you as best as we can. And then we will move into whole panel discussion. This item does not have any study sessions, so everything will be discussed at the whole panel. And after you all signal that you feel you've had significant and meaningful discussion and you're ready to move on, then we will take a vote. The vote has its own very detailed process, so I've got a slide for that when we get there. But we will be voting on each application individually. So wanted to put on a slide as well the lists as they show in current draft form based on what was put on the addendum. I wanted to make sure that everyone has that in front of you. And I want to pause for any clarifying questions before we move towards public comment. Panelist Wilson.
So on the list, the one that says recommended for approval for grades 1 and 2 English only, that doesn't match my notes. Is that was that something that we will address when we're going to have further discussion on the topic?
Absolutely. If there's anything on here that the panel feels doesn't match what was discussed, that will absolutely move.
Okay, so that's the time to do that. All right, thank you.
Any other clarifying questions? Yes, panelist Martinez.
So we're still going to, talk about the applications. It's like, I don't remember because I didn't take detailed notes about where we all landed, but where I guess sit in my review of the applications, it doesn't match up with the recommended list either. So I'm wondering, we'll be discussing that, right, as we go through? Right, okay, cool.
Right, so what we did was when we looked through sort of what folks found met versus did not meet, we looked to see where were there, the majority, which is, the 5. And so depending where those things fell, we placed them on here, right? So if there's something that you feel should be in a different category, that's exactly what the conversation is going to be. So this is sort of a starting place to say, these are the different categories. This is what we think we heard in November, and to have you sort and sift them as appropriate. Okay. Seeing no further clarifying questions, I think we can move to public comment.
Thank you very much. We'll open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. Now, for public comment for this item and item 5, we'll provide 2 minutes for comment from applicants and 1 minute for all other public comment. Commenters are asked to identify themselves, the entity they represent, and whether or not they're speaking on behalf of an applicant so that staff can assign the proper time limit. Again, we'll allot 2 minutes for applicant comments and 1 minute for all other commenters. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There is. Caller with the last 4 of your phone number 4513, you may begin, and please state your affiliation.
Madam Chairperson and panel members, I am Maggie Sawyer, and I work at Hamilton Unified School District. I'm the District ELD and Dual Immersion Coordinator. I would like to recommend a dual language screener be considered for English learners with Spanish as their home language or any student being instructed in Spanish and English. The screeners should be administered in both languages to evaluate the totality of their reading proficiency. Some measures may be processed in one language or the other, and combining the results of both screeners will help determine the strengths and challenges ELs bring to the reading process. I understand the scope of work of the panel does not address English learners who should be screened in their home language for which only Spanish is currently available. Leaving the process to districts to develop a screener or alternative process in languages other than English will create subjective and variability in the results for these students. I urge the panel to recommend to the SBE and CDE to address this issue prior to the beginning of the screening in the 25-26 school year. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Caller with the last 40493, you may begin, and please state your affiliation.
Madam Chairperson and committee members, I'm Shelley Spiegel-Coleman, representing Californians Together. We are somewhat at a disadvantage for not being able to view the full screeners themselves. Our comments solely relate to the screener overviews, which might not provide all the details that have been available to the panel members. But with that in mind, we offer the following comment. Sufficient English proficiency is minimally addressed except for one of the screeners, which has determined that level 3 on LPAC is needed to be screened in others. For the other 3 screeners, much is left to the districts, which could end up being very subjective. One of the most worrisome directions suggests that if a student is an English learner and speaks Spanish, they be screened in Spanish, which we agree. But the vast majority of English learners will be screened in English, and this was not addressed at all. We urge you to verify that the screeners have directions and protocols with details and specificity, avoiding subjective decisions leading to misidentification. Thank you very much for all the hard work and the tremendous effort that each of you have contributed to this process. Thank you.
Thank you. Caller with the last 43778, you may begin, and please state your affiliation. Thank you. Caller with the last 43778, you may begin, and please state your affiliation.
Hi, this is Sharon Dunn. I'm former principal of Loudon Elementary, and I just want to address the chairperson and the panel to
Caller with the last 43778, you may begin, and please state your affiliation.
Hi, this is Sharon Dunn. I'm former principal of Loudon Elementary, and I just want to address the chairperson and the panel to consider. Caller with the last 43778, you may begin, and please state your affiliation. We're going to try to work out the technical difficulties we're having. Please hold. Caller with the last 43778, you may begin. Hi, this is Sharon Dunn. I would like to address the Madam Chairperson and the panel for the screeners. I'm a former principal of Loudon Elementary. I urge the panel to approve Acadian's reading, as I have personally used it. It is widely researched with over 35 years of research behind it as a valid and reliable universal screener. It helped me in my journey in turning our reading outcomes around for a high poverty multilingual elementary school. I depended on it to find my students at risk and progress monitor their reading improvement. I highly recommend it, and I urge you to consider it on the approved list of screeners. Thank you.
Thank you. There are no further callers.
All right, thank you so much. I'll now turn things over back to Ms. Zapple and Mr. Diaz.
Thank you. So, as I mentioned previously, our plan here is to have you identify applications for further discussion. So if there are things that do not feel placed where you want to see them on the list, or if there's anything you want to have further discussion on, absolutely up to the panel to let us know where we should guide the conversation. My colleague Vic Diaz is here, and he's going to help capture. So the intention is for us to check in with each panel member around which are the applications that you would like to discuss. So I want to give you an opportunity to think about that before we go one by one. We are going to ask that you please name only the application at this time. We want to wait to voice your considerations or even your reasoning for why you want to pull this, because we have folks who may need to recuse themselves based on the applications. So we want to be sure that only thing that is shared is the name of the application itself. And please do not name an application for which you have cause to recuse yourself. You would not be able to be a part of that conversation. So you want to keep that in mind. We'll give you just a moment to think about that. And want to make sure our colleagues on Zoom, Panelist Guerrero and Panelist O'Brien, also have a moment to think about any that they would like to call forward. A reminder, this is not a vote, but it would be helpful to hear from, if someone already mentioned an application that you are also interested in speaking to, please just go ahead and repeat it. What your list is your list, and that's fine. Panelist Wilson.
I would like to discuss number 11.
So that's the name of the application, please.
Oh, sorry. I thought you said not to say the name of the application. I got the directions confused. It's ROAR, but I don't think that's the official name.
Stanford University.
Yes.
Thank you. Any others that you'd like to add to that list?
Our subcommittee, I think number 6, Edmentum, the other group was split on it, and our group, I re-reviewed it, so I'd like to hear what the other group said.
Thank you. Anyone else ready? Panelist Martinez?
Yeah, I'd like to discuss Amplify.
Any others?
ROAR as well.
Thank you. Panelist Gravlin?
I'd like to discuss ROAR.
Thank you. Any others you want to add to the list?
No.
Thank you. Chair Kim?
I would like to discuss ROAR as well.
Okay. Any others you'd like to add to the list?
Nope.
Okay. Panelist Neeson, are you ready? Everything that, are there any that you would like to discuss, even those that you've heard so far? You'll be obviously included in all of them, but we just want to get a sense of how much time. Thank you. It helps us to understand timing as we're planning. Panelist Odegaard?
ROAR.
And any others?
No.
Thank you. And Panelist Grasso?
ROAR and Amplify.
Thank you. And we'll go to our Zoom colleagues. Panelist Guerrero? We're not hearing you if you're speaking. I think you might be on mute.
There you go. I am speaking. I actually want to discuss Acadians learning because I read all the public comments and I went back.
We're not allowed to share further in case there's anyone who needs to recuse.
Oh.
Sorry.
Sorry.
That's okay. Are there any others you'd like to add to the list?
No.
Thank you. And Panelist O'Brien, are there any that you would like to discuss?
No.
Are there any that were mentioned previously that you would like to discuss?
No, I think they have all been mentioned.
Okay. Thank you. So, thank you to everyone who's been patiently watching. We do need to take a break so that we can identify the allocation of our timing for the whole group discussion. So I think 10 minutes should be more than enough. Yeah? Yeah, if we could take a 10-minute break, Chair Kim.
Thank you. It's 10:36, and let's get back at 10:46.
Thank you.
Welcome back. Seeing that panel members are now present, I call the meeting back to order at 10:48 a.m. Panel member Brian, would you confirm that you are present?
Yes, I am.
Would you confirm that there's nobody in the room? You're participating from remotely?
I'm participating remotely and no one's in the room.
Thank you. Vice Chair Guerrero, would you confirm that you're present?
Yes, I am present.
Would you confirm that there's nobody in the room? You're participating from remotely?
Yes, there's no one in the room, and I am participating remotely.
Thank you. Now we're going to open for panel discussion. I want to note that panel member O'Brien will be recusing from participation in the discussion of application for Amplify. Panel members Odegaard and Gravelin will be recusing themselves from participating in the discussion of the application for Acadians Learning. And panel member Wilson and myself will be recusing ourselves from participation in the discussions of applications to UCSF Multitudes and Acadians Learning. Now, panel members for full group discussions will take one application at a time. It is important that we discuss each application and we only discuss that application, not others. Panel members must have the opportunity to recuse themselves as necessary, so please discuss only each application during its designated time. Ms. Apple, Mr. Diaz, please continue your facilitation of item 4.
Thank you very much. So, as we were just saying, this is a discussion only. The panel will not vote until this discussion is concluded. What we heard prior to the break is that there were 4 applications which the panel would like to discuss: ROAR, Edmentum, Amplify, and Acadians. We will take them in that order. If the panel at any point wants to discuss another application, you're able to do so. Just make sure you, again, list name only so that anyone who needs to potentially recuse themselves may do so.
Would you mind repeating the order again? Thank you.
Sure. ROAR, Edmentum, Amplify, and Acadians. Were there any that we missed? Okay. So with the chair's permission, we'll go ahead and open the conversation regarding the application ROAR from Stanford University. We're going to try to spend about 15 minutes on this application. Certainly if you need less time, that's fine. We can move forward. If you need more time, just let us know. Okay. Is there anyone who would like to begin in terms of voicing any remaining considerations about this application? Oh, sorry, let me provide some context before we do. Just wanted to make sure everyone understood where we were in November. We heard 4 that were that felt this application met expectations, 3 who felt it did not meet expectations, and 2 who said they felt it met expectations for first grade and up, English only, was our understanding of the group response. So let's go ahead now and open it up for discussion. Chair Kim.
So I would like to share some concerns, and I have about each. I'm going to break it down by task. So the first one is visual attention measure. It's called rapid visual processing. In terms of the overall reliability, so they had 3 studies, and study 1 was really, there's no reliability, essentially very little bit reliability, and study 3 was the final one with acceptable reliability estimate. However, the sample included students aged 6 to 17 years old, and when it comes to our target age, when it comes to like 6 and 7, there were very few, and there were no 5-year-olds. And so the numbers were not explicitly stated, so we had to really dig through and figure out. When you look at figure 3 of a particular study that was stated, the maximum number that I can make out is about 23 or 24, but not more. There's no reliability reporting by subgroup for this measure. So visual processing, a rapid visual processing task does not meet our criteria in the evaluation rubric. And then there's also English word task. The criterion validity sample does not appear to include kindergartners and very few, less than 10, grade 1 and grade 2 students. And I can state the figures and page numbers if you're interested. And overall, really, there's not really evidence for the criterion validity for the target grades kindergarten to grade 2. English sentence fluency, there's no reliability estimate for kindergarten. Criterion validity evidence are primarily for children beyond K through 2, so grade 3 and above, and there's small sample, but we cannot exactly make out how many students were kindergarten grade 1 and 2. The studies were grade 2 to aged 7 to 17, etc. But the point is that very few are target students. Rural phoneme, there's no reporting of by subgroup in the subgroup section. And there's a paper cited, but there's no reporting of reliability by grade or any other subgroups. And the criterion validity section, there's N of 71 for the age range from 3.87 to 6.99, and the correlation is acceptable 0.79 with the CTOP. Again, the number of students K1, 2 are unclear. Rural letter, there's no criterion validity reported. Now for Spanish version, overall reliability estimate, when it comes to the overall reliability estimate, the overall sample was from Colombian sample, not from the US. So sample, the reliability is the foundation for validity, and this is not the sample that we serve here. Where we want explicitly noted in the rubric that we want sample that's served in California. Reliability by subgroup, raw word reading, this is Spanish again, no reporting of reliability by grade level. Criterion validity data are not available. Raw phrase or sentence reading, in terms of reliability, there's no information for kindergarten, grade 1. California sample for Spanish tasks, there's no kindergarten students included. When it comes to criterion validity, it's completely from the Colombian sample, not from California sample. Now, raw phoneme, that's Spanish, phonema, there are no kindergarten data for reliability. Grade 1 reliability is 0.52, which is extremely low, and no criterion validity evidence is available. So taken together, Spanish task does not meet our criteria in the evaluation rubric. So overall, I feel that ROAR may have potential. However, it's not ready for large-scale implementation. It does not have evidence, reliability evidence, or validity evidence that we ask for in the rubric. And it's not consistent with our rigor. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Kim. Other comments regarding ROAR? Other considerations or clarifications that folks want to make? Panelist Neeson?
Can we just have a moment to process and...
Absolutely.
Notes? Thank you.
Maybe give it another 30 seconds in case there are others. So we'll give another 30 seconds and then open with panelist Neeson. Panelist Neeson, go ahead.
I acknowledge the concerns that Chair Kim has mentioned. And in our discussions previously, we noted that there were similar concerns. However, we felt that it still met the criteria within the rubric, according to my notes. And when we looked at some of those elements, we were considering not that they have to have the actual students from California as the population that they survey, but it should be representative of the California students as stated in the rubric. So for me, in looking at this application, I felt it met the criteria for first grade and up, given the numbers of students that were assessed at those different and studied for those different tasks. So to me, it still meets that criteria based on what the language of the rubric states in terms of how we balance looking at the language of the rubric, the evidence that we find within the application. I do not find that it meets for kindergarten because of the fact that it was only studied in groups that were 6 years and up, and that the numbers of kindergarten students were very low in sample size when looking at that data. But that was... I felt that it was a pretty strong application overall in identifying the elements of reading difficulty.
Thank you. Panelist Odegaard?
So to follow up on that, it's my recollection from my notes as well that that confirms. Also, the rubric specified representative of the demographics. We gave a link to the demographics, which meant the critical piece was the norming samples needed to have the distribution of populations of subgroups, which is not representative of the U.S. population, but is representative of California. Because California has, let's say, over 50% Hispanic, for example. It has over 20% multilingual learners. That isn't representative of the U.S. sample. So it's critical that any application, including ROAR, demonstrates that to document that their studies have internal validity to conduct reliability and validity for a California sample. Critical piece. And there was a linguistic question. Would a non-U.S. sample be appropriate for the Spanish language? Those are my notes.
Thank you very much. Chair Kim?
I would like...
It looks like panelist Guerrero also has a comment.
I actually just wanted a clarifying question for Dr. Odegaard. When Dr. Odegaard, when you said about, I was a little confused about, do you think it has enough data for the English part? And I know, I mean, I understood the Spanish part, but the English part is the one that I was a little confused by that, where you stood in that.
So I wanted to clarify that my interpretation was consistent with panelist Neeson's about what the representativeness was supposed to indicate for California students. I do feel it met first and above in the English language screeners, at least for the sampling was appropriate and it was representative, and they demonstrated that they were sampling across, including California, which wouldn't be necessary, but they did have a spread of demographics, which was representative, that they could actually sample from and get reliable estimates from. K, as Neeson said, didn't feel that it met for those. And I posed, just to remind from my notes, that we were having a conversation when we reviewed this application about, is it appropriate for a Spanish language screener to be normed on samples outside of the United States? And we have a diverse expertise on this panel for a reason, because we are experts in converging areas of competencies.
Thank you so much for clarifying.
See panelist Martinez? Chair Kim, would you like? Yeah, okay, panelist Martinez.
So I was one of the folks who originally thought this application was strong. I've since reviewed it and concur with a lot of the limitations that have been raised about the psychometrics. And in particular, I think what the application is really missing is grade level specifics. And so there is in many cases a representation of a sample that goes from K all the way up to, I can't remember what grade, but at least elementary, sometimes beyond. And there's no disaggregation by the K2 sample and by grade levels in many cases. So I was less concerned about the Colombian because I also saw there was California representation in the at least some aspects of it. But again, upon further review of the application, I feel like it's got promise, but it is not there.
Thank you. Chair Kim.
So one thing that I did not note, because I did not want to take too much time in the first opening comment, was that the reliability for the Spanish version, overall reliability part, was not only from Columbia sample, but also is from grade 3 to 5. So that they refer to Bott et al. 2024 paper. I read the paper. It is grades 3 to 5, which is beyond our target. And again, regarding the sample, think about the contextual differences between Colombia and here, right? We're talking about even Spanish-speaking students who are mostly bilingual, immersion bilinguals, whereas in Colombia, they're mostly monolingual Spanish speakers, right? So if you think about the reliability directly from that sample to applying and draw inferences regarding reliability about how items would perform for this mostly bilingual sample, you got to be really, really careful. And in any papers that I publish, I cannot publish anything like with that approach, right? So I don't think we should lower our rigor regarding that. So that's, and again, we're looking for subsample reliability and validity information. There are mostly very little information about it. Thank you.
We have about 1 minute left of the 15, but we certainly can extend if folks would like to. Are there further questions or comments from the panel? Checking in on our Zoom friends also.
Yeah, I have a question.
Let's go.
So from what I'm hearing is that 1 and 2 seem to be, that this might be okay, this instrument for 1 and 2, but English only. That the Spanish is the component that doesn't have enough data or validity, especially because Dr. Kim just said it was for third grade and 5th grade. And I understand her point about monolingual versus bilingual. But I just wanted to confirm that that's what I'm hearing accurately.
Chair Kim?
So my recommendation is that ROAR in its entirety, English or Spanish, English and Spanish are not ready and not aligned with our rubric. Not just English or grade 1 and 2 English only, but in its entirety. Thank you.
And just for the benefit of those who are on Zoom, panelist Martinez, I see you nodding. Are you in agreement with that notion?
Yes, in its entirety.
Okay, and I also see nodding from panelist O'Brien, in case folks are not able to see. Yes, panelist Odegaard.
So I have a clarifying question. We're not allowed to compare applications directly to one another. We do need consistency in how we consider them, however. There's been concern over the individual subtest. So my clarifying question for panelist Kim and anybody else is, most screeners produce a composite score, and most screeners are kind of considered as far as being a screener, which is in line with the statute as being a screener for risk. So it was interesting for this application that it went so extensively into these subscores and trying to validate them and provide measures. Did you guys have clarity on the administration of this screener and how it would be, kind of decisions would be made? Would it be based on the individual test, or would it be based off of a composite? Just what's your concern? What's your clarity and understanding there?
Panelist Wilson?
So on the application, it says that on page 11, it says that the foundational skills suite is what's used for the screening piece, and that the other instruments are additional measures.
And would you remind us what those foundational skills measures include?
Yeah, roar word, roar sentence, roar phoneme, and roar letter.
Panelist Odegaard?
So for that, the screener itself would provide a score that would be used to make the determination based on the statute based off of those 4 indicators. So we need to consider, I would say, the reliability and validity of those 4 instruments and then taking into their composite. And that, say, for example, excluding it because of a rapid visual processing task that had low reliability, which I do not question, when it's an optional measure, may not be warranted for excluding an entire measure. I'm only putting that out there. I wanted to have further conversation just to make sure that we're being consistent in process.
Thank you. Panelist Neeson?
I would agree with Dr. Odegaard because in reviewing their reliability estimates, when you're looking at the reliability of the word, sentence, phoneme, and letter, they meet the criteria that we set forth in the rubric for first and second grade and for English. So for me, that's what we were looking at in our subgroup. We were not looking at the other measures because they were not part of the risk assessment screening tool that they recommended. So that's based on my notes and my recollection, and I want to thank panelist Wilson for pointing out the page number for my benefit.
Chair Kim.
So I will provide further details regarding English word reading task. Criterion validity sample does not appear to include kindergartners and very few less than 10 grade 1 and grade 2 students. See figure 23.1 on page 163. The figure itself was mentioned on page 149, but it was presented on page 163. The sample includes ages 6 to adults. If you look at the figure, try to count the bars that were, grade, like a age that maps onto grade 1 and grade 2. That's for word reading. I'm going to pause so that members can actually double check. Okay, I'm going to move to roar sentence fluency.
Chair Kim, could you refer to figure numbers because I'm not quite sure, because what I see is age distribution of roar sentence, not word. So are you referring to figure 23.1?
On page 163.
I am on 163. If you could give the figure heading, that way I know, because it says, you mentioned word, this is the roar sentence validation data. I just want to make sure I'm looking at the same one.
Thank you. I may have miswritten it, but you could double check. Feel free to double check. There's another sample reported in table 22.1 and figure 22.3 that really does not clearly show sample size by grade 3. And figure 22.5 shows criterion validity for K through 2. Again, the sample size by K, G1, or G2 are not shown really clearly. In the roar sentence fluency, as I said earlier, no reliability estimate for kindergarten, that's page 110. Criterion validity evidence. If you look at sample 1, if you look at page 162, sample 1 includes grades 2 to 8 and adults with dyslexia and a study of visual attention. That study now, a second study, includes ages 7 to 17. Again, that's page 162. Second validation sample includes grade 3. That's on page 162. And sample 3, noted on page 201, includes grades 1 through 8. But if you look at they refer to table 24.1, it does not show sample size by grade. And they refer to Tran et al. 23 paper, and table 20.1 is this not that table is not live. And similar is Roar phoneme. There's no reporting by subgroups in the subgroup section. The information is scattered all over, and let me just say, scattered all over the places, and it's very difficult to identify, so you have to really comb through the document. And it's very challenging, I gotta say, but I did that actually multiple times, and looks like I may have an error on the word reading the figure, but if a member can actually double check that, that would be appreciated. But the whole point is that not only Spanish tasks, not only the visual processing task, but English word reading, sentence fluency, and phoneme awareness tasks do not have sufficient information about grade level, validity, reliability information by grade. And again, Roar letter does not have criterion validity information reported.
Would the panel like additional time to consider this, additional silent time to consider this before we check for other comments? Okay, hearing no requests for that, are there any additional considerations or questions that folks would like to raise on this? Panelist Neeson.
So I'm trying to locate this in the application, but it's my recollection from reading through the application that when you look at the sentence task, it wasn't meant for kinder and first grade. It was only meant for second grade and up. But I could be mistaken on that. I'm trying to find where I saw that in the application. If someone else has idea around that, so to me that was acceptable evidence because it wasn't asking for them to use it at those particular grade levels. And they did link all of their validity studies and and reliability. And when I read through them, to me what you're saying makes sense, and I do need to reconsider some of those items. However, when I look at the grade by grade breakdown for things, I'm seeing acceptable levels based on some of our conversations in many areas. So I'm just going to leave it at that.
Panelist Gravlin and then panelist Grasso.
I was just going to offer that the table is on page 9 of which subtest for which grade.
Thank you. Panelist Grasso. Thank you. Okay.
And I guess a clarifying question. So the vote for this particular ROAR package, so are we voting on the foundational skills suite or the entire package?
So when you vote, you're going to be voting for the entire universal screener piece for grades and languages, and you'll be able to specify based on what the panel thinks is most appropriate. I don't know if others want to follow up on that more specifically. Yes, panelist Odegaard.
I will say that they're being approved by us and through our authority through the state BE to be only used as a screener. So any optional would be at the discretion of an ELA anyway, right? So if its decision tree is to use the foundational skills, then it would be used as a screener, and those are the composites go into it. So I think the logic follows that we're empowering and authorizing these to be used as a screener. If the decision, rule, and implementation as specified by the vendor is for that, then that's what would be used. So in essence, the visual attention task isn't really what we're considering since it's not part of the screening decision process. Does that make sense? I mean, that's logic.
Yes, I think it's just going to get a little confused because they have like required, optional, recommended, optional. So, but we're saying yes to everything. On if we say yes, we're saying yes to everything, and then districts can decide which of these recommended and optional they would use for their screener. I guess I'm not asking you, but I guess that's a question for everyone.
Yeah, and there'd be concern then if, as Chair Kim has provided evidence from the application, one of the optional or additional measures doesn't have reliability as a metric, then it's psychometrically invalid.
Got it.
Okay, seeing nothing further on this one, we will go ahead and move forward to the application Edmentum. If there's anyone who needs to recuse themselves for this application, they may do so now. For this application last time, actually I'm going to pass it over to Vic.
Thank you, Jen. For Edmentum, last time we had noted that three panelists said that it met expectations, while 6 said it did not meet expectations. We will set a timer for about 10 minutes for this one. If we need to add more time, just like we did last one, we can do that once again. And any panelists can feel free to go first. I think Panelist Wilson.
Yeah, on this one, our subgroup had said no, and the other subgroup voted 3-1 yes, which is why I did review it again, because I wanted to see what we missed. One of the, I guess what I'd like to hear folks' thoughts on is for 1B1, I didn't originally see anything about English learners, but when I reread it, I found that they didn't answer it there, which was the prompt, but they did answer it on page 30, which is in a different section, 1C1. So that was one of the places that I saw that they hadn't done a strong job, was in describing things around English learners. But then when I reread it, I found that they actually had addressed it in just other locations. So I think I'd like to hear the other 3 people who said yes, like what are your thoughts on this particular tool?
And then the point from the group that panelist Wilson and I were on was we had particular concerns around 2D3 in the sense that we didn't see evidence that they had representation of the California subsample to give their ability to actually draw meaningfulness based off of the studies to be representative of the California population. So we were concerned about that overall and the internal validity of the studies to begin with to answer the question.
Martinez?
I was not a yes, I was a no for those reasons. So I found a lot of weaknesses on this, especially as its appropriateness for the California population and also just validity, reliability evidence in general. So just in 3D2, I had limited and unconvincing evidence related to kinder and for subgroups, EL, students with disabilities, economically disadvantaged students, for 2D3, also limited and unconvincing evidence. Representative of the California population was also minimal evidence on this. There was very little data on the demographic composition of the samples involved in the assessment design. None are from California. And when the subgroup data was provided in previous sections, there was typically no grade levels attached. So I found there was a lot of weak evidence in this application.
And to follow up on that, if you go to 2D3 in particular, which was the minimum criteria for our rubric, which was approved by the State Board of Education, there is very limited information given. And to hold consistency across application, I just want to remind us of that.
Thank you. Any other panelists would like to continue to discuss this, or our panelists that are on Zoom? Okay, hearing none, I think we can move on to our next application.
Okay, for our next application, we're going to be taking a look at Amplify. So anyone who needs to recuse, including those on Zoom, may do so now.
Do I need to leave the Zoom and then someone will contact me to have me come back?
Yes, that's correct. You go ahead and leave the Zoom, and Jessica Holmes will be in contact when we are finished discussing this application, and then you can come back on.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so for this application, wait, yeah, she's on. For this application, what we heard in November was that 7 members felt that this did meet expectations. 1 felt that it did not meet expectations, and we had 1 recusal. So that's where we believe we landed in November, and we open it up to the panel to share their other considerations. Panelist Martinez.
So I'm the one that wanted to bring this back. I'm probably the one who said no last time. I guess I continue to be concerned about the evidence for the subgroups, especially ELs and Black students. And I thought the evidence on the Spanish assessment actually was very solid. But those were my concerns about the English version, the DIBELS, and in particular, so reliability. I guess I had a question. They provide internal consistency, reliability for the overall composite, and it was my impression that they had timed measures included in that, so I had some question about that. They had very low numbers of ELs in their K2 sample, 18 to 26 students max, and these numbers are lower than their special education sample. Let's see. They provide alternate form reliability of several subtests, but they conducted this using a delayed administration of the alternate forms. Reliability by subgroups. Let's see. It's the issues I already raised before. Construct validity. The evidence that is provided about subgroup performance on the composite measure only. I don't see any construct validity evidence at the subtest level that provides confidence that the constructs measured at the subtest levels are measuring what they're supposed to. And the 2D1 criterion validity, their concurrent validity evidence is weak, particularly at the kindergarten level, 0.53 for the overall composite score. No, yes. Yeah. Representative of the California students. They have acceptable evidence regarding gender, special education, Hispanic, and grade levels. Marginal evidence, in my opinion, for ELs, lower than, again, the percentage of special education represented in the grades. Minimal evidence for Black students and free reduced lunch populations. So those are my concerns, and they continue to be my concerns.
Thank you. Would the panel like to take a minute to consider, or? Looks like ready for conversation. Panelist Wilson?
I was looking through my notes. I had similar question, particularly around the number of Black students, but I felt that the application met the moderate range of the rubric, which is why I do acknowledge that, but I still felt when staying true to the rubric, it was at the moderate level.
Thank you. Panelist Neeson.
I concur with panelist Wilson in reviewing the subgroup data and looking at the other aspects of the psychometrics holistically. We felt that it, and I say we because I was in a subgroup, and I think we all sort of were on the same page around it meeting those moderate evidence statements across the rubric based on what we found in terms of evidence submitted.
Thank you. Additional comments? Clarifying questions? Panelist Guerrero?
Yeah, I agree with both Neeson and Wilson that it did. I mean, when I look at my notes and kind of go review that again, it was strong across the board except for those little bits of like where not enough evidence was provided. But even then, I think.
Panelist Guerrero, it's a little difficult to hear you. If you could either perhaps slow down a little and speak up a little, it would be helpful.
All right, sorry.
No, that's okay.
I'll slow down. I agree. With looking over my notes, I had a lot of strong evidence statements for this application, and even the ones where it was marked where there was not maybe enough information or would have merited more information, and even still fell in the moderate range. So I thought this application was pretty strong. And even though I agree with Dr. Martinez that it would have benefited from a little bit more information about some subgroups, but overall, I think it was a strong application.
Thank you. Additional comments? I just want to offer a reminder just in terms of process, because we have talked about the study session groups, the subgroups. Just a reminder that all of those are driven by the panelists' individual independent reviews. So I think that's important when we're considering our overall process here. Panelist Odegaard?
So I also had notes about a concern about the representation of African American or Black students. So does anybody have any representation where we could find in the application the sample sizes for those students? I've been scrolling through the hundreds and hundreds of pages here to try to find that.
We'll take a comment from panelist Neeson while others continue to take a look for that request from panelist Odegaard. Panelist Neeson?
When we talk about subgroups, there were not any called out specifically, except for English learners, I believe, in the rubrics. So for me, it was almost a non-issue that the sample size was small, based on other factors within the application. So thinking about that, I was looking at, that holistic viewpoint of the subgroups.
Thank you. Panelist Odegaard?
And then similar to that, it was low, but the demographic of California schools is 5% of students in public school settings are African Americans, so opposed to much higher rates of other demographic groups. So I was thinking about that, since they don't have to have, for the holistic process, necessarily reliability at the subgroup level.
Thank you. Panelist Wilson?
Well, and also on the rubric, if we're staying true to the rubric is an EG, so I mean, it doesn't necessarily have to list them all.
Panelist Martinez?
Agreed, but I think we should consider the populations most affected by reading screeners, right? And the ones at the lower end of the scale. And when you think about those, it is SPED, it's ELs, it's Black students, and it's economically disadvantaged.
Thank you. Panelist Gravlin?
Well, just doing a word search on the on the document, I'll list out some page numbers of when Black students were called out. On page 317, for the oral language portion of the M class, they're called out in the sample size, or in the sample B, excuse me. On Page 319. It's also listed by subgroup there. And then one final time on page 320, describing the Espanol spelling.
Thank you. Any further comments or further time needed for consideration on this? Seeing none, we will go ahead and move forward to the application conversation on Acadians. We do need to bring panelist O'Brien back and others who need to recuse themselves at this time for the Acadians application may do so.
So I would like to invite the panel members leaving now, but also I'd like to note that I'll be turning over the gavel to Vice Chair for today, Nissen, for this application. Thank you.
Welcome back, panelist O'Brien. Vice Chair Neeson.
Just to summarize quickly. Oh, I'm sorry.
The questions about is she in the room?
Panelist O'Brien, would you please confirm that you're present?
Present, and I'm by myself. No one's in the room.
Thank you for confirming.
Other than myself.
In the room with you remotely.
Yes.
Thank you, panelist Leeson. As we move into our discussion now of Acadians, just want to remind the panel that in the November meeting, one panelist believed that it met expectations while 4 believed it did not. We will put 10 minutes on a timer for this. If we need more time, we can certainly take it, and any panelists may feel free to start. Panelist Guerrero.
Okay, so I'm the one that brought it forward. I took a look. I mean, honestly, I did read the public comments and said, let me go back and look. So I went back and looked at my scoring. And I know at least for my scoring, other than the content validity, the psychometric stuff, I gave it a very either strong, moderate or strong on majority of the areas. And I was just looking at my notes. We talked about, we wanted to kind of discuss about what we didn't like about this one. Because I went back and looked at the psychometrics, and I know one of the big negatives was that the data was older and there was not enough strength and validity. And I just kind of wanted to ask for like a refresher of what is it that we didn't like about this one, because I know I saw that 1 yes and 4 no, but also just going back and revisiting what I personally gave it. I mean, to me, I liked it, but I know that obviously when we had the conversation, there was other things brought up. So I would like for us to kind of just refresh my memory as to why this was a no for 4 of us.
Thank you. Panelist Neeson.
So to start, in some of my review of the notes, it was missing subgroup information in various portions of the application. We couldn't find it in hardly any of the psychometrics. The other part was that recency of data. Some of it was more than 10 years old. We were looking for newer studies and newer psychometric data to tell us whether or not it was going to be appropriate. We had moderate to minimal in some of the guidance documentation in that area around the supports it provides for districts and schools who are administering the assessments. And I believe there was another one. It had no information on score interpretation and no information on what they do for students who need certain types of accommodations. I think in my notes I have no information on subgroups around administration guidance. So those were some of my notes around our what I found in terms of the application.
Thank you. Panos Martinez.
Yeah, I in my notes I also had no information on minimum proficiency level needed, so 1C1, and then minimal on their that evidence about the sample being reflective of California. I thought they were strong on the reliability overall, but it was when it got to criterion validity 2D1 and 2D2 where I rated them weaker, and it was around subgroup data for especially 2D2. Yeah, that they were missing some subgroup data. And let me see. No, it was 2D1 where I saw that they have evidence, but they have it at the K6. The evidence is for K6, and they don't address K2, even as a group, much less the K1-2 population.
Thank you, Panelist Martinez. Any other panelists would like to respond to Panelist Guerrero's request for more information?
I do see I have a section called My Opinion on my for application. That I do agree with the scoring seems complicated, and I do have a note about how there is not there's any information about the subgroup. I was just curious because I wanted to make sure that I addressed the public comment, and also because I then got curious and went back, and so I was making sure that I was making the right choice, because like I said, originally I had given it a very strong moderate, but I know the psychometric was the majority of the area where it got knocked down a couple. Not knocked out, but it was scored differently than the rest of the things. So it seems like it's got a lot of potential. It just needs stronger data, better organized, and it also needs more recent data in California.
Thank you, Vice Chair Guerrero. Panelist, I see you raising your hand.
Yeah, just one more note. Some of the evidence they submitted was based on how it compares to the California Standards Test, which we have not used in many years, not since prior to 2012, I believe. So I think that was another item of note, was that some of the validity and reliability was based on comparing to an assessment that hasn't been used for more than 10 years.
Okay.
Any further discussion from any panelist?
Mm.
Okay. I think hearing none, we can stop this discussion of this application. Oh, I'm sorry, Panelist O'Brien.
Well,
Panelist O'Brien, go ahead.
this is hard to hear. For some reason, the volume is very low. But yes, I also wanted to expand a little bit on panelist Martinez with regard to panelist Neeson with regard to 1C1 in terms of guidelines provided. They stated that the test is appropriate for all English learners regardless of proficiency levels, but they don't have any data or any way to provide any kind of way of saying, how do you know this? How do you know that that you can use this with students who are emerging bilinguals? So there was no data there for that, and the assertion was concerning. So, because there is various research that give us data in terms of the concerns of using different tests for students who are English learners at the lowest proficiency level.
Thank you, Panelist O'Brien. Any further?
Yeah, thank you for time.
Oh, go ahead, Vice Chair Guerrero. Go ahead.
So just saying thank you to everybody for taking the time to kind of review this one once again, just to kind of refresh my memory.
Thank you. So I think with that, we can conclude our discussion of Acadians.
Vice Chair Neeson, may I go bring the folks back?
Please bring back the recused members. I would like to now return the gavel to Chair Kim.
Thank you. Now, Ms. Soppel and Mr. Diaz, please continue to facilitate.
Thank you. So before we close the whole panel discussion and move on to voting, I just want to confirm with the panel if there's anything further that you all want to discuss specific to any individual applications, if anything has come to mind, and if needed, we can go through recusals as appropriate. Is there anything, any other considerations or conversations? I see panelist Guerrero.
Can I talk about one that we didn't talk about? Can I ask about one that wasn't on the one of the four?
So we can bring one back, but we do have to make sure that if it requires recusals, we would have to pause for a moment. So you can, if you'd like to discuss it, if you could just say the name of it.
Sure, Amira.
Okay. Let me double check.
I don't.
Okay. I don't believe we have any recusals for that. So we'll go ahead and put 5 minutes on the clock. And go ahead.
So I just want to know where we stood on this one because I had seen it on different lists. So I was a little confused, and I'm just asking for clarification on where the panel, as a panel, where we.
Sure, and if I can refresh from November, what we collected was an understanding that for this application, 9 panelists said that this one met expectations and 0 said that it did not meet expectations. And I see head nodding in agreement from panelists Gravlin and Wilson and others. Are there any comments that folks want to bring forward about this application?
No, it was another one that I also scored pretty highly, and I couldn't remember where it fell because I saw it in 2 different places. So I just want to confirm. But you have pretty much more than answered my question. But if anybody else wants to make a comment, that would be great.
Okay, not seeing any. Chair Kim, are you ready for us to move forward?
Yes.
Okay. So let me first describe the voting process so that folks are clear and make sure we get any questions answered. We will go one application at a time, and we will go alphabetically. Along the way, we'll pause for panelists who need to recuse themselves. We have put together 2 recommended sentence prompts for the language, which the panelists can see before them. We're suggesting that you move to approve whichever the application is for whatever the grades and languages are in accordance with Education Code 53008C2. Or that you move that application, fill in the blank, not be approved for any grades or languages in accordance with Ed Code 53008C2. So that this way, if there's anything that you all are wanting to approve or approve in a specific grade level or language, you would use the top bullet and adjust it appropriately. If the panel is moving not to approve, then you would use the second bullet. As if needed, Chair Kim may call for further discussion on that particular application during that particular vote. And it will be a roll call vote managed by Ms. Holmes for each application. Any specific questions on the process? Okay. Panelist O'Brien, did you have a question?
No, it's just in terms of the leaving the Zoom and coming back, it's going to be pretty quick, right?
That's most likely, yes.
Okay.
Let's hold on just one moment. Okay. So we are going to be moving forward to vote regarding the application. Oh, I just had it. No, I lost it. Sorry. Acadience Learning, LLC. If there are any folks who need to recuse, now would be the time to do so. And does Chair Kim pass the gavel?
All right, so for this, I recuse myself, so I'm turning over the gavel to Vice Chair for today, Member Newsom, for this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Panelist Neeson. Oh, sorry, Panelist Grasso.
I probably should have asked this, but now it's just, so there's only 5 of us here. So if one person says no, this one has to be unanimous amongst the 5 of us here, correct?
It requires 5 yes votes to be approved.
Yep.
Do I have a motion?
I have a motion.
Panel member Guerrero.
Yeah. I move that the application Acadience Learning not be approved. I can't remember the rest of the little statement.
Are you able to see the slide? Is the slide projecting for you?
No, it is not.
Okay, there we go. You should be able to see it now.
Not be approved for any grades or languages in accordance with EC 53008 parentheses C parentheses 2.
Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a second by panel member Martinez. Before we vote, is there any further discussion?
The motion on the floor right now, I'll read back for the group. The motion on the floor is that the application, Acadience Learning LLC, not be approved for any grades or languages in accordance with Ed Code 53008C2. So any votes aye would be saying that it is not approved. Any votes nay would say otherwise.
All right. Is there any further discussion? Final question? No? Okay. Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Certainly. Chair Kim, I'm noting is recused. Vice Chair Guerrero?
Okay, so I'm voting yay because I don't want it approved, correct?
That is what you moved, yes.
Yes, I did move because I just want to make sure I'm saying the right thing. Yay, yes.
Yeah, I totally understand. I just need to be cautious not to lead you either way.
Member Gravelin is recused. Member Grasso?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Neeson?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes, aye.
Thank you. Noting that members Odegaard and Wilson are recused. That is 5 yeses, 0 nos. The application for Acadians is not approved.
Thank you. The motion carries. Can you please bring back the recused members?
Yes, thank you.
At this time, I'd like to return the gavel to Chair Kim.
Thank you, Member Neeson.
Okay, we are now prepared to vote on the application for Amira Learning, Inc. Is there anyone who would like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Vice Chair.
I motion to approve Amira Learning Link for K1 and 2 grades and English and Spanish in accordance with, I'm sorry, you took off the slide. I forgot the little statue. The slide disappeared.
Sorry, we're going to bring them back.
With EC 53008 C2. I'm going to write that down so I don't have to keep on screen this. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Chair Kim, did you want to ask for a second for the motion?
Sorry. All right, so there was a move, and then I would like to ask for a second.
I second.
Is there any discussion?
Any further discussion needed here? Hearing none, I recommend that we proceed with the vote. Roll call.
Okay, and I will go ahead and repeat what the motion was. The motion was to approve the application Amira Learning, Inc. for all grades and languages, for all grades and English and Spanish in accordance with Ed Code 53008C2.
All right. Chair Kim.
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero.
Yes.
Member Gravelin.
Yes.
Member Grasso.
Yes.
Member Martinez.
Yes.
Member Neeson.
Yes.
Member O'Brien.
Yes.
Member Odegaard.
Yes.
And Member Wilson.
Yes.
Chair Kim, we have 9 yeses, 0 nos, with the motion to approve Amira for inclusion on the approved screener list.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. All right, let's move on to the next application.
Thank you. So next we will be voting on Amplify Education, Inc. If there is anyone who needs to recuse themselves, now would be the time to do so. It appears as though panelist O'Brien has recused herself, so we can go ahead and move forward.
Right. Do we have a motion? Member Neeson?
I move to approve that Amplify be approved for all grades and languages in accordance with Education Code 53008C2.
Thank you. I have a motion by panel member Neeson to approve, amplify in accordance with EC 53008 C2. Do I have a second? I have a second by panel member Wilson. Before we vote, is there any further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Yes. Chair Kim?
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Member Gravlin?
Yes.
Member Grasso?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
No.
Member Neeson?
Yes.
Noting that Member O'Brien has recused herself. Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Kim, we have 7 yeses and 0 nos, indicating that Amplify is...
No.
I'm sorry. I'm 1 no. Apologies. Indicating that Amplify is approved for the screener list.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. All right, let's move on to the next application.
Okay, so we will need to bring panelist O'Brien back. If we can wait just one moment for her to log back on. Okay. Welcome back, panelist O'Brien. We are now voting on the application for Curriculum Associates, LLC. If there's anyone who would like to recuse themselves, now would be the time to do so.
All right, do I have a motion?
Motion.
Was that member Vice Chair Guerrero?
Okay, so curriculum associates. Okay, so from my notes is I move that Curriculum Associates LLC not be approved for any grades or languages in accordance with EC 53008C2.
Thank you. Do I have a second? I have a second by panel member Neeson. Thank you. Before we vote, is there any further discussion? Member Wilson, please.
I just wanted to say that there was no student group data reported in this application, which made it really hard to measure it against the rubric. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Member Wilson. Any further discussion?
So I will restate the motion on the floor. Motion is that the application Curriculum Associates LLC not be approved for any grades or languages in accordance with Ed Code 53008C2.
All right, if there is no further discussion, Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Chair Kim?
Yes. No, I'm sorry. I thought you were just calling for my attention.
So calling for your vote.
For the, yes. My answer is yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry about that.
Vice Chair Guerrero.
Yes.
Member Gravelin.
Yes.
Member Grasso.
Yes.
Member Martinez.
Yes.
Member Neeson.
Yes.
Member O'Brien.
Yes.
Member Odegaard.
Yes.
Member Wilson.
Yes.
Seeing 9 yes votes, 0 no votes to not approve Curriculum Associates for the approved list.
Thank you, Ms. Holmes. All right, let's move on to the next application.
The next application to be voted on is Edmentum Inc. If there's anyone who needs to recuse themselves, now would be a time to do so.
Being none, do I have a motion regarding Edmentum? Member Neeson?
I move that Edmentum not be approved for any grades or languages in accordance with EC 53008 C2.
I have a motion by panel member Neeson not to approve Edmentum Incorporated. Do I have a second? I have a second by panel member Gravelin. Before we vote, is there any discussion? Further discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Chair Kim.
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero.
Yes.
Member Gravelin.
Yes.
Member Grasso.
Yes.
Member Martinez.
Yes.
Member Neeson.
Yes.
Member O'Brien.
Yes.
Member Odegaard.
Yes.
Member Wilson.
Yes.
Chair Kim seeing 9 votes yes, 0 votes no to not approve Edmentum.
Thank you. All right, let's move on to the next application.
Our next application for voting is Let's Go Learn, Inc. If there's anyone who needs to recuse themselves, now would be the time to do so.
All right, seeing none, do I have a motion regarding Let's Go Learn? Member Wilson?
I move that Let's Go Learn not be approved for any grades or languages in accordance with EC 53008 C2.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
A second.
I have a second by panel member Martinez. Do we, before we vote, any discussion by members? All right, Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Chair Kim.
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero.
Yes.
Member Gravelin.
Yes.
Member Grasso.
Yes.
Member Martinez.
Yes.
Member Neeson.
Yes.
Member O'Brien.
Yes.
Member Odegaard.
Yes.
Member Wilson.
Yes.
Chair Kim seeing 9 yeses and 0 nos to not approve. Let's Go Learn.
Thank you for the information. Let's proceed to the next application.
The next application to be voted on is Literally, Inc. And if there's anyone who needs to recuse themselves, now would be the time to do so.
Seeing none, do I have a motion regarding literally Inc.? Member Grablin?
I move that literally not be approved for any grades or languages in accordance with EC 53008 C2.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Vice Chair Guerrero, second. I have a second by Vice Chair Guerrero. Before we vote, any discussion by members? Ms. Holmes, please call the roll.
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Member Gravlin?
Yes.
Member Grasso?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Neeson?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes.
Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Kim, seeing 9 yeses, 0 nos to not approve literally Inc.
Thank you. Let's move to the next application.
The next application to be voted on is NCS Pearson, Inc. If there's anyone needing to recuse, now would be the time to do so.
All right, so do I have a motion regarding NCS Pearson, Inc.?
I'll motion it.
Vice Chair Guerrero, proceed.
I motion to not approve the application NCS Pearson Link for any grades or any languages according to EC 53008 C2.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a second by panel member Wilson. Any discussion for this item, this application? Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Member Gravlin?
Yes.
Member Grasso?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Neeson?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes.
Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Kim, we have 9 yeses, 0 nos to not approve NCS Pearson.
Thank you. Let's proceed to the next application.
The next application to be voted on is from NWEA. If there's anyone who needs to recuse themselves, they may do so now.
All right, so we are discussing NWEA. Do I have a motion? Member Wilson?
I move that NWEA not be approved for any grades or languages in accordance with EC 53008 C2.
Thank you. Do I have a second? Member Grablin. I have a second by panel member Grablin. Is there any discussion? Ms. Holmes, let's please call the roll.
Chair Kim?
Yes.
Vice Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Member Gravlin?
Yes.
Member Grasso?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Neeson?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes.
Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Kim, that's 9 yeses and 0 nos to not approve NWEA.
Thanks. Let's proceed to the next application.
The next application to be voted on is from Renaissance Learning, Inc., Fastbridge. If there's anyone who needs to recuse themselves, now would be the time to do so.
All right, so we're discussing voting on Renaissance learning, fast bridge learning, reading. Do I have a motion? Member Gravelin?
I move that Renaissance Fastbridge not be approved for any grades or languages in accordance with EC 53008 C2.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Member Grasso. Before we vote, any discussion? Let's proceed with the roll call.
Chair Kim? Yes. Vice Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Member Gravelin?
Yes.
Member Grasso?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Neeson?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes.
Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Kim, 9 yes votes, 0 no votes to not approve Renaissance Fastbridge.
Thank you. Let's move to the next application.
The next application to be voted on is Renaissance Learning Inc. STAR. If there's anyone who needs to recuse themselves, now will be the time to do so.
Do I have a motion regarding Renaissance Learning STAR?
I'll motion.
Thank you, Member O'Brien. Please go ahead.
I move to not to. I moved. I need the slide. I'm sorry. May I have the slide up?
Should be up now.
I move that Renaissance Inc. STAR not be approved for any grade of languages in accordance with EC 53008 C2.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thank you. I have a second by panel member Grasso. Any discussion? Let's proceed with calling the roll.
Chair Kim? Yes. Vice Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Member Gravelin?
Yes.
Member Grasso?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Neeson?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes.
Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Kim, we have 9 yeses, 0 noes to not approve Renaissance STAR.
Thank you. Let's move to the next application.
The next application to be voted on is from Riverside Assessments, LLC. If anyone needs to recuse themselves, now would be the time to do so.
All right. Do I have a motion regarding Riverside Assessment, LLC? Member Wilson?
I move that Riverside Assessment LLC not be approved for any grades or languages in accordance with EC 53008 C2.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I'll second it.
Member Wilson, thank you.
Just to clarify.
I'm sorry. Oh, it was Member Vice Chair Guerrero. Okay, thank you. So I have a second by Vice Chair Guerrero. Before we vote, any discussion? Ms. Holmes, let's proceed with the roll call.
Chair Kim? Yes. Vice Chair Guerrero?
Yes.
Member Gravelin?
Yes.
Member Grasso?
Yes.
Member Martinez?
Yes.
Member Neeson?
Yes.
Member O'Brien?
Yes.
Member Odegaard?
Yes.
Member Wilson?
Yes.
Chair Kim, I have 9 yeses and 0 nos to not approve Riverside assessments.
Thank you. Let's proceed to the next application.
The next application is from Stanford University Brain Development and Education Lab. If anyone needs to recuse themselves, now would be the time to do so.
This is also the one known as ROAR, right?
Correct.
Member Neeson?
I move to approve application ROAR for first and second grade, only English in accordance with EC 53008 C2.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Member Gross, I have a second by Member Grasso. Before we vote, is there any further discussion?
Allow me to just restate the motion.
Please.
So the motion is to approve the application from Stanford University Brain Development and Education Lab for their ROAR instrument for first and second grades only, English only, in accordance with Ed Code 53008 C2.
Thank you. I have a clarification question. So we call the roll, we will vote, and if it, I guess, so this is the only motion at this, like for this application now. Can there be a second motion, like separate motion?
Yes, so any member can move after this vote for a different motion. You can state in the discussion what it is that you would like to alternatively move, but the vote, you can't actually move until the vote is taken for this current motion.
So we can discuss, I can present my, for example,
yes,
my motion. Mm-hmm. Now we can discuss it and we vote and then see what happens.
Then you can take another vote for the same application.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I would like to move that Stanford University Brain Development and Education.
Sorry, Chair Kim, have you opened up discussion?
Yes.
You may want to state that you're opening up discussion.
I'm sorry.
Make another motion.
Okay, then I misunderstood.
Yeah.
We can discuss it.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me restate. Thanks for the correction. So I am going to make a motion later that Stanford University Brain Development and Education Lab, ROAR, not be approved for English or Spanish or any grades in accordance with EC 53008 C2.
So the motion on the floor currently is to approve Stanford University's ROAR instrument for grades 1 and 2 in English in accordance with EC 53008 C2. Is there any further discussion before we move to the vote for that?
So we're voting on the motion made by Neeson.
That is correct. That's the motion on the floor.
Yeah, that's on the floor. Okay. Sounds good. Thank you.
All right. Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Chair Kim.
No.
Vice Chair Guerrero.
No.
Member Gravlin.
Yes.
Member Grasso.
Yes.
Member Martinez.
No.
Member Neeson.
Yes.
Member O'Brien.
No.
Member Odegaard.
Yes.
Member Wilson.
Yes.
Chair Kim, we have 5 yes votes, 4 no votes to approve Stanford University ROAR for first and second grades only in English.
Thank you. I'm pausing because I'm processing. So I can still make that. I'm not sure if that's meaningful, but I can still make a motion.
Any member can move at any time for any application.
But technically it passed though, right?
It did pass.
Right. So that's why I was.
Yeah, it did pass.
Okay.
Promotion.
All right. Let's proceed to the next application.
The next application to be discussed is from UCSF's Dyslexia Center, also referenced as Multitudes. If anyone needs to recuse, now would be the time to do so.
All right, so I'm going to recuse myself. I will be turning over the gavel to Vice Chair for today, Member Neeson, for this application.
Do I have a motion for UCSF Multitudes?
I move that we approve UCSF's Multitudes application for approval. I move to approve it for grades, all grades and languages in accordance with EC Ed Code 5308 C2.
I have a motion by panel member Martinez to approve UCSF Multitudes. Do I have a second? Member Gravelin seconds the motion. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Identifying that Chair Kim has recused herself, Vice Chair Guerrero,
Yes.
Member Gravelin,
Yes.
Member Grasso,
Yes.
Member Martinez,
Yes.
Member Neeson,
Yes.
Member O'Brien,
Yes.
Member Odegaard.
Yes.
And Member Neeson, seeing 7 yeses, 0 nos to approve UCSF Multitudes.
Motion carries. Thank you very much. Can you please return Chair Kim?
Wait, 7 yeses? Only one person was recused, right?
There were 2 recusals. Member
I'm
Wilson,
sorry.
I'm sorry if I didn't mention Member Wilson was recused. Thank you.
Okay, now I have it down. Thank you, sorry.
At this time, I'd like to return the gavel to Chair Kim.
Thank you. Ms. Apple, Victor Diaz, do you have any other pieces before we conclude this item?
There's nothing further from us for this item.
All right. Thank you so much. This concludes item 4. It is 12:27 p.m. and let's break for lunch and return at 1:30 p.m. Thank you. Welcome back. Seeing that panel members are not present, I call the meeting back to order at 1:38 p.m. I am going to call panel member Brian. Would you confirm that you're present?
Panel member O'Brien is not present. However, Vice Chair Guerrero is present.
Is she available? Can we see her? But in the room, you are participating from remotely.
There is no one in the room and I am participating remotely.
Thank you. All right, we'll move to item 5. For item 5, we'll be finalizing the screener information overview documents for the applications approved in item 4. This will include a presentation, public comment, study session, full panel discussion, and vote on the final versions of these documents. Jennifer Zappel and Victor Diaz from West Ed again will be presenting and facilitating this item. Mr. Diaz, you may begin.
Thank you very much, Chair Kim. Chair Kim, Vice Chair Guerrero, members of the panel, let me just first take a moment and say congratulations and thank you for everything that you've done for the past year. That was a very momentous moment that we had right there before lunch. But we do have one more step to complete that is absolutely critical. I want to remind you that the vote that we took in item 4 is final. And so the last piece of the puzzle is the screener overview documents. We want to make sure that you understand that this is your opportunity to communicate all you've come to understand about the screeners to LEAs so they can effectively and efficiently select a screener to use with their learners. This aligns with the ultimate purpose of the screener information overview to fulfill the requirement that we see in Ed Code 53008C2B, that the panel of experts, yourselves, also identify information about the appropriate administration of each screening instrument, including appropriate grade or grades for administration of each screening instrument. So I want to just take a moment and let you know remind everybody of what we've already done. Last month, we took a look at the staff compiled overviews, and we gathered your initial feedback. We heard from the panel that you wanted more time to focus, especially on the skills measured table, to ensure that the information we present to LEAs is an accurate reflection of what the panel has approved. So to that end, we have designed study sessions for you to do just that. I want to show you what we're going to be doing today. Study session groups are going to review the overviews for the applications that were approved in item 4. The panel, you will use this time to ensure the information presented to LEAs, again, is an accurate reflection of what you've approved. In particular, we hope you can focus on the accuracy of that skills measure table. The facilitators, myself and Ms. Offel, will take notes in each study session group to capture your edits. Here's what this process will look like. In a moment, we will open up for public comment so that you have that information before we break into study sessions. We have 80 minutes for the study session. We will work on the 4 information overviews for the 4 screeners that were approved. So we're going to set a timer for about 15 minutes per application and try to stay in that time. Following the study session, you will take a break while the staff synthesizes your edits so that we can come back whole group. You can review and you can discuss those edits. We'll break one more time while the staff synthesizes one more time before you have a final whole group review. And then at the end of this item, you will have the opportunity to vote to approve the screener overviews. Let me pause to see if there are any questions about our process or what we are doing here in item 5. Yes, Dennis Wilson.
Do we participate in the overview for a tool that we were recused on?
Wonderful question. If you were recused from that tool, you should continue to recuse yourself from discussion of that tool. Any other questions? Okay, then I think we can open up for public comment before we break into our study sessions.
Thank you very much. We will now open the phone line for public comment. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so by calling the telephone number and using the access code provided on the slide that's shown now. For public comment for this item, we'll provide 2 minutes for comment from applicants and 1 minute for all other public comment. Commenters are asked to identify themselves, the entity they represent, and whether or not they are speaking on behalf of an applicant, so that staff can assign the proper time limit. Again, we'll allow 2 minutes for applicant comments and 1 minute for all other comments. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There is not.
Is there anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There is. Caller with the last 40738, you may begin, and please state your affiliation.
Distinguished members of the screener selection panel, my name is Elisa Dorman, and I am president of Acadience Learning, and we were a submitter in this process. Acadience Learning was founded over 20 years ago by Dr. Roland Good and Dr. Ruth Kaminsky, the original authors of Dibbles. As researchers, they were the very first to extend curriculum-based measurement into kindergarten and first grade with measures of phonemic awareness, alphabetic principle, and early phonics. Their work introduced research-based benchmarks and represent what is now known as general outcome measurement. Acadience reading has been extensively researched by others and validated as a screener for reading difficulties such as dyslexia. Most recently, Dr. Matt Burns and colleagues published in Learning Disabilities Quarterly 2022 an article titled Decision Accuracy of Commonly Used Dyslexia Screeners Among Students Who Are Potentially at Risk for Reading Difficulties. And in that article, they highlighted the acceptability of Acadience reading for decision accuracy. The independent review of Acadience reading by the National Center on Intensive Intervention, NCII, is similar or better than others recommended. Additionally, more than 20 states have found Acadience reading appropriate to meet screening requirements similar to California. I want to acknowledge the work of this panel and want to thank you for your time. I have great respect for the work that you have done, and I would like to respectfully ask the panel to consider an opportunity for those who have responded but were not successfully recommended to be able to offer an appeal process to address the comments from this review, or to be able to be given a future opportunity for resubmission. I have listened to your work today and have found your comments to be very insightful, and we look forward to incorporating them into our work in the future. Thank you so much again for your time.
Thank you. Caller with the last 40493, you may begin.
Good afternoon, panel. This is Shelley Spiegel-Coleman from Californians Together. When looking at the overviews, I'm hoping that you can look at more details in terms of what is being offered in terms of understanding the sufficient language proficiency for English learners. There's a lot of variability in each of the adopted screeners, and it would be helpful to know exactly what is it that they provide for the teachers to understand, or the people screening to understand what is the sufficient English proficiency needed. And in addition, did the companies provide information for what level of English proficiency did they say that their screener was appropriate? So thank you very much. Again, this is the last piece of your hard work, and we appreciate all the time and all the talent that you've given to this endeavor.
Thank you. There are no further callers.
Thank you. Next, we'll engage in a study session on the screener overview documents. Again, panel members are reminded that the members of small groups are only allowed to participate in discussing those overviews for which they're assigned, and only within that group that they have been assigned. Panel members may not communicate with members of another group during the small group discussions. Additionally, if a panel member is assigned to a group that includes an overview for which they must recuse themselves, that member must recuse prior to discussion of that overview. Now I will turn things back to Ms. Zoppel and Mr. Diaz for our study session.
Thank you, Chair Kim. For our study session today, we'll have 2 groups. You can see the breakdown of those groups here. Panelists, we ask that you not be on laptops during this time. However, the facilitators will be using laptops to display and to review screener overviews. The way that we will do that is we will capture suggested edits and revisions with comments. We'll work on different ones at different times, so we're not looking at each other's work. And then when we break, Ms. Alpha and I will have an opportunity to start to synthesize together areas where we'll have more discussion once we return whole group. Excuse me. The approximate time for the overview, we have somewhere between 15 and 20 minutes for each of these screener overviews. So what we'll do is we'll set a timer for 15 minutes. If you need more time, we'll certainly take more time. We want to make sure we get these as accurate as we possibly can this afternoon. With that, the group will work through all the sessions of the screener overview, so definitely be prepared to do that. Are there any questions then before we break into groups? Yes, Ms. Wilson.
Are you saying we can't look at the application to confirm details that we might want to suggest edits for on the overview? Because I certainly don't have them committed to memory. It would be really hard to edit for me personally without looking back at the application for confirmation.
So the idea behind not having the laptops was to provide some transparency to the public around not communicating outside of the panel. But are you saying that all the applications are all on, you only have them digitally?
Correct.
And to be clear, we've only been provided, unless we signed off, digital copies of these to begin with by the department, by you guys. This isn't like we're doing this to the public. This is how we have been procedurally having to work in this setting by the protocol.
Let me check in on that. I think I can get an answer for you as we do the transition, and then I'll let you know for sure.
Yes, Pam Scrivener.
And I'm not sure, this is, I guess, secondary to the outcome of that discussion, but do iPads count as laptops of what we cannot have? Yes.
We'll make sure to check on that as well. Any other questions?
Edit these.
Okay, then Chair Kim, I think we can start to move into study groups.
Yeah. I have. Okay. All right. All right. Interesting.
Take it.
Vice Chair Guerrero, we are working to get you a Zoom link so that you can participate in the small study group session. If you could keep an eye on your email for a Zoom link coming from Bonnie Garcia. It should be coming shortly.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
Or is it an optional for the initial screening? So even the additional tests are only for follow-up?
They are. They could be used for follow-up for diagnostics.
Sure.
But they're not part of the exact version screen.
Right, so I think it just clarifying, so like, I guess my wondering is why is this then separate? What's the difference from additional optional versus? Because you have the same assessment here, under follow-up screening, you have the Ellison expressive, right? And the difference is in the grade level. So I guess I just need clarity on what is the difference between these two tables then, and why aren't they just kind of, like, are these follow-up tests what's required if the kids don't meet that? Or, like, are you giving this additional task for this Ellison? When would I be giving this Ellison expressive? I guess I'm just trying to, in looking at this, there's a lot of things here.
I just feel like it's kind of
I'm just trying to understand it.
It is.
No, I get that part, but I'm talking about.
So what we're dealing with is this is part of their universal screener that all students get. Those 5-year risks that have, they're saying this suite of additional data
exactly, for several
Yeah, because in the last table, elision expressive, which is now optional, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, because it's been the guidance about how you use it as manual.
So it's really great as well.
Right, but I'm trying to find where that's broken in.
So I'm
So like, well,
I wonder about why we have two separate.
right, but I don't know where, right, I don't know where this information is pulled from. Like right now I'm looking at language comprehension and I see language comprehension as K1 and 2. But yet here it's only listed as 1. And so I don't know if that's hidden somewhere else, but I mean, but it's language comprehension isn't optional things where it's like religion. You can go either way. Yes. So like this is trying to say that language comprehension is only in kinder. This clearly says it's K1 and 2.
Yes, in the first part.
Like right here, language comprehension K1, 2, but here it's only in kinder.
Right, and those are correct. So we really, I think we need to move to this, going back, because I had this one earlier in the before those we started on my end.
Yeah, like this is supposed to be the screen document.
Correct.
So this should be.
Yes, and actually describing the child is doing
Yeah, so why is it right? But it's not, but this isn't correlated here with elision, receptive or expressive, with the listening comprehension.
So the question is kind of the impressive vocabulary that's present. And listening comprehension for the required assessment.
This is what's in the very first.
Yeah.
Like
the first part when they move over what is required.
Right, and so.
So this is supposed to be the screen tasks in general, right?
I think this is everything, but I'm trying to find where it's pulled out.
Why is it follow-up and why is
Right,
it
what's this, what's the initial screener, what's the follow-up versus what's the additional optional? I'm trying to figure out where that is, but regardless, I think some of it is wrong here, yeah. Well, I don't, yeah.
No, it's
technical manual, not the administration manual?
No, we need universal screening steps.
Okay, so, 7.2? Table 7.2 that we are? No. Okay, well, 7.2.
After everything, moving fast, like, but also kindergarten measures, universal screening, are expressive of rapid advertisement. Letter-making fluency and revision receptive. Those are the four measures.
Yeah, that's what's in, and I just double checked that too with table 7.2 on page 252 of the technical manual. So that's checking off this first table. And now we have to double check the second two tables.
First grade, we have expressive vocabulary as part of the universal screening instrument. Word reading, letter sound fluency, rapid advertising process. All right. So I think you should say detailed guidance. It's a total of 10 minutes in this past. So in that first paragraph. Correct. That's for the universal screening. And then we can be the second grade measures are expressive vocabulary. Yes, detailed guidance. Rapid advertising of letters. And administration protocols. Like detailed guidance and administration protocols provided. Right. So they know. Second one, the universal screening instrument. Those are the instruments. So table 1 shows us the things to measure for universal screening. They want to other active. Okay. And then in the second paragraph, we're about to say this where my definition. Before I get even screening, so really
page 268 has table 8.1 additional measures available beyond the follow-up step. And so what I don't understand is, so this is the bottom table then?
I think so, and I think part of the confusion that Jessica's raising is how they're considering this is that this is the instructional next steps, optional materials that you might use as a language criterion measure or some other screening that's appropriate as far as where the child is kind of instructional. To look at find out where they need to be. So they say they call this instructional next steps. So following the so I mean you can
well
LEAs I feel like
So here's the follow-up, these additional
LEAs.
All right, so in the additional measures, I'm seeing in their technical manual that there should be listening comprehension for grades 1 and 2, and that's not in this table.
Just this question, these additional measures that are listed tasks additional measures are beyond the next steps, which I'm not sure we've got others there. But that's where the next necessary about what we fill in there. Because we're listening.
Well, we get listening comprehension.
Oh, yes, it is, but it should go here.
It's not, it's not.
Because this is more
or additional proficiency.
It's just many, and here's what you do. This one is your
Which one? That one. Yes. The listening comprehension?
Yes.
I mean, this table, table 8.1 is labeled additional measures available beyond the follow-up step. So that would be this third table, but I'm seeing several discrepancies. Because listening comprehension should be there for grades 1 and 2. Receptive vocabulary is listed here for all 3 grades, yet it's only listed as grades 1 and 2 in the table.
Yeah, I would just move this.
Sorry. Yes, and that should be there for grades 1 and 2.
Put this here and say see the administration manual.
the vocabulary, it's in the table as grades 1 and 2 only, but it should be there for kindergarten as well. Yes. For table 8.1.
Yes, to support the determination. Yes.
Semantic mapping is in the table for grades kinder and first, but it should be there for second grade as well. So all 3 grades in. I'm not even, I'm just still looking. If you look for that second one, while I do this. Okay. Yeah, I'd like a second look.
Because what's reported in the technical manual is that after the original screening, the report is generated to say whether you use instruction based on what you did, instruction. And oh, by the way, there's want to. There is no something that corresponds to that. Yeah. Because I don't know what is the flow of the decision process. It's hard to keep all of this like fast.
I'm also not sure where this letter sound fluency came from, because I'm not seeing this on the additional measures table in 8.1.
They do say here, second follow-up assessments are only for children at price and first step, which is important. Follow-up assessments is done. So here's what happens, guys. And this actually is where this table is helpful and not helpful. This is how we structure the others. We haven't done this for the other ones that I had copied from home. We just say what's available. We don't actually say what's available. That second, that next step, the diagnostic, is yeah, it is. Your algorithm automatically. So once the student gets the universal screen, it looks at what it is about this K1, 2, what they scored, and it gives them the next set of assessments. What's listed in the table that Carla and I are referencing is in addition to those follow-up assessments, you can also do these.
So
because they don't tell us what's in that. It says that this is going to be determined by the whiz-bangery of the algorithms in across the
from what I'm seeing, this middle table is coming from page 265. At least where it begins, it's not in table format.
265 is what?
The technical rule, sorry.
And is it the paginated table page on the? So 265 of the document.
265 of the document at the beginning. So required follow-up step assessment. So right here when you get to kindergarten, now
Perfect, here we go.
it's pulling those out.
So this is what it would get. So now we just confirm that. Yeah, there we go.
Check here, yeah.
Yeah.
No, this is the middle table.
This is the middle table.
If you want to check it with this, read off
Oh.
in English,
Yeah.
and I'll verify this.
Here we go.
Okay. So this says kindergarten will be listening comprehension,
Yes.
sentence repetition, and rapid automized naming for letters. Okay? And that's all.
Yep.
Okay. For first grade, elision expressive,
Yes.
sentence repetition, and rapid automized naming of letters. And that's all. Second grade, sorry, org,
Yes.
elision expressive, and sentence repetition.
But that's what these are referring to. Those constructs in this table is multitudes is automatically now, the universal screening components are here. This is
So the universal screening components are going to indicate support needed, and then follow-up screening will indicate at-risk.
No, they've already identified at-risk.
Right, but what I'm saying is the language that is generated by the assessment at-risk, or is the language generated support needed?
Probably support needed.
Right, so we shouldn't say at-risk.
But they are at-risk, that's what they're doing.
But if the assessment doesn't call it that,
But also in the PSS framework that we're all trained in, across the nation, probably California, is having that has to be some training. That's the
okay, but maybe then we continue to use the support needed nomenclature and then add at-risk. My point is,
So in the parentheses, what I was saying is put like
yeah, that's fine. I'm just saying, because if the assessment doesn't say at-risk, it's going to be easier for it to in the field. If it says support needed, they're going to say that means they're at-risk. Or does that mean I just need to get additional, what's that?
I think that's the most important.
Or they're in second grade, not at risk, or actually not meeting the standards. They're actually struggling because they're developing.
But this, honestly, this table doesn't read this. And then the same thing here from the maybe down to the end.
There's clarity.
Make them like the cost of training for whatever reason, like cost keywords.
Well, that's why we're separating. We're just well justified. I got you. The next one are going to be far by page 3.
I got another one that's okay.
Page 3. Let's move on to that page. Yes. Upon further developments that were detailed in the table. First you deal with that.
So
for this one. So we definitely want to take time to do that.
So in the first paragraph, that should be gone. At the end, I think there should be an addition made to say, at the very end of the first paragraph, I think it should say, in addition to the profile per statute requirements. Because the sentence says, if a student does not yet have the minimum language proficiency necessary for universal screening in English or Spanish, local educational agencies can use components of multitude that do not require English or Spanish language proficiency to support their evaluation of a student's risk of reading difficulties, in addition to the profile requirements in the statute. Because in the statute, it does say that LEAs need to look at developmental and historical data if the student doesn't have that proficiency. So what is not clear anyway, so that's news. They can do this in addition to what the statute requires. In addition to the student profile per statute requirements. And I think that could probably be worth a little bit too, but it's. And this is part of the statute. Yes. Yes.
So I can't do a search. And she said, don't make it who trains in the state process as well. And we're doing some of that. So just catching myself in my language choice.
Well, because I'm going to be helping to.
I know, as well.
We're going to be talking a lot. You are, Nancy. You've already heard from our district a couple times. I didn't have any else.
No, I think it will become intense. So, yeah.
Megan's free. Oh, we're in the office.
Yeah, we're here.
Oh, I had some notes on it. Where are we on? I was good with page 3. Or no, it's actually after Rand. I think because Rand is recommended. Under administration time and minutes, it says initial universal screening is 13 minutes on average. I think it needs to be added per student. It's not described because it's one-on-one.
I thought that there needed to be the last part where it says multitudes can be wrong for being clever. I thought that should be a separate sentence from the first paragraph because it's different. It's different information. I also thought that basically, I think there should be two bullets. The first bullet should see direct sign-in,
grade 2? Yeah. Yes, and it's reading comprehension. Yes.
So here, again, it's the whole chart. This is exactly what they just copied the whole chart. That's where I looked before.
Questions?
Google. But we can't talk about the other ones anyway, so.
Oh, yeah.
Let's not. Exactly.
We can't discuss the other ones anyway.
Yeah, I think looking at this, we saw one pro. When each one comes up. For pseudo-word fluency, I'm seeing in the chart on page 26 that should be for first and second grade. Oh, I see. Yeah, page 26. How about this? Can I cross them out? Just double check. I have voting segmentation and description is K1. Voting blending is K1.
Yeah, they have it. No, they have it.
Voting manipulation, parentheses substitution, K1-2. Nonsense word frequency, K1.
No, here it is. They have
K1 for phonological memory.
Is it
Decoding pseudo word nonsense with fluency, K1-2.
is it
Decoding, yeah, that's one.
go up to
Reading fluency, K1-2. For word identification fluency. Letter sound knowledge, knowledge of letter names, letter name fluency, letter sound fluency, K1. RAN, K1-2. Visual attention, K1-2. Vocabulary, K1-2. Oral comprehension, description, K1-2. Listening comprehension. It's oral language.
Yeah, it says comprehension. It's
Yes,
amazing.
it's underneath rapid automatic right here.
The other one I'm seeing is reading comprehension.
Oh, yes, yes.
Yeah, the table has all three. K1-2, and the cover sheet only has two.
That should say other, should be reading comprehension.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah, according to this.
And then spelling and encoding should only be second grade.
Yes. 26. Rather than what's incorporated.
It's like it's using these domains
That's the only reason I was able to approve it.
I don't know that I would be curious to know from an educator standpoint, because you would want to know that there would be in this computer administered thing some instances where you would have to ensure.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah. That's going to be somewhere.
Somewhere in administration.
But isn't that a follow-up step? Is that the initial? No, because it's invalid. It's like substitutes. Because they can't, the computer can't use
So it's not, on page 73, there's a table and it has the phonemes as K through 1, but in parentheses it says optional.
I bet that's if you don't get a student bus, you have to work.
It just says K through 1, so it's implied that that is required. And then it has the phonemes is optional, delegated is optional. Yes. It has optional as, yeah, that next one.
So for administration, I think on page 4. Yep. I thought it would be important to separate the administration time in minutes, separate it by dibbles and lectura. So it's separate. So kindergarten, dibbles administration, lectura administration. Yeah. So that it's clear, because in some cases students will be measured by one assessment, and in other cases they might have the same foundation start with. And then for lectura, it's 8 minutes per student. I think we can direct staff to decide how to separate that best, but it should be separate. Up to 15 minutes per group for additional Yes. And then the final bullet would be additional measures. 15 minutes. This is one of those where I keep opening. Yeah, but Amira is on group administration. And it's per group, it doesn't separate, it doesn't say in here whether it's by language. I don't think so. That was my understanding, that's the way it was laid out. I just know that for this one in particular, you know, I think it's important to note if you're giving, because they're 2 different assessments, whereas Amira is 1 assessment. Where is it? Teacher, okay, all right.
In the training for scoring for
No, but I think the difference is also how they were presented.
Yes.
Because they were presented as separate assessments, separate. There's like 7 measures, tasks are separate.
I'm sorry, I'm still perseverating on this chart because it pulls over to page 3. And I'm not, so qual palabra is qual submission where it's grade 1. I see it as grades 2 through 6. I can't find any reference to it being for grade 1.
Oh, so just, let's add that.
Doing a word search.
So for the third bullet item,
Reference, I'm not looking at any manuals, I'm only looking at the submission. I just don't see anywhere where it says that's it's for grade 1. Okay, just, yeah. Yeah. Yes. Where did that
so it's for a student that gets it no, yes. Yeah, I mean, their bullet is really about the second one, right? High risk, IEP or shelter. Yes. But these two bullets aren't covered. Yes. So just want more information.
Oh, yeah, sure.
Well, no, because this is.
So, I mean, I'm pulling it out a lot, and every time I reference it.
Is there no pack?
So here's yeah, every time I, yeah.
Okay. Ah, yes, so it's totally, this whole section is totally missing. Yes. So. Oh, no, but it does say. Okay, I'll have one more. It's up to paragraph.
That's why it's not.
So, okay, that, okay, it's the umbrella, so I think we need to, I think so. Yes, but I think you have to add, it has a mention. Okay. And then, yes. Based on thinking at 311. Exactly. And no pressure. Okay.
No, we have, but this is working. We're verifying it out.
So what they don't know.
Yes, they do.
Okay, last one?
Last one is, yeah.
But they do have a decision tree that will tell them not to strike code right now. So, yeah.
That's true.
It's already stricken already.
Yeah.
Oh.
Discrepancies, but
Okay.
you're like, so.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll go with this one here. You guys talk about everything else.
I did have one. Can we skip to administration time?
Yeah.
For work? So it says grade 1, 18 minutes per required assessment to write per class. Grade 2, 8 minutes of required assessment per class. Yes. And then, because it's a whole class administration. And then for another bullet, it has to include the time required by grade levels for small group or one-on-one administration. So there should be grade 1 time for small group / one-on-one administration, time required, but I don't know what that time is. And then also another rule for
there are additional subtests for morphology as well as syntax that are additional optional for grade 2.
I guess if it was a whole, we wouldn't need to add.
We had 2 rows. This is coming from page 47 of the submission packet. The skill measure would be language comprehension. I don't remember off the top of my head exactly how it's. No, but I don't remember how they're measuring morphology. You know what I mean? As other small Sorry. Yes. Correct.
Because I got more than other roles.
So it could be. Do you want syntax under other small group for kindergarten? It's on page. What's on this table on page 47 as additional for their language comprehension. Right. Yeah, but it's visual processing. No. These are the 2 that are the recommended, and then these are additional measures. Oh, as long as I'm reading it, I know. I was looking at something. This is the language and comprehension suite. I see. I don't think so. Okay. And the language and comprehension suite is on here also. Right. But we're gonna add 2 rows. We didn't include the language and comprehension suite because that was for the notes that. We didn't. Well, for their, well, that's what we decided. Okay, but then why is there picture vocabulary on there? Because picture vocabulary is still part of the language and comprehension suite. But I don't see why you'd separate picture vocabulary from morphology and syntax when they're all part of that same package. I agree with you. Picture vocabulary should come on. I think the whole Roar language and comprehension probably should come because it was only the Roar foundational reading skills suite that we were, and the dyslexia screening supplementary that we looked at. We didn't look at the optional, so I think the optional should come off completely.
We didn't get the information about it.
Correct. So that means picture. It'll be taking the vocabulary. Well, taking the picture vocabulary and the written vocabulary. Oh, and written, yeah. But you can't have 2 without the other.
I'm going to cancel the quote. Eliminate 2 rows.
Because we did not have any information about language and comprehension. If only we had 6 of them. Nancy's done with us. I think we can do it. We're good. Do a 10-minute break instead of a 10 minutes. Jess, do we need to announce break at the podium?
Thank you, panelists, for engaging in the study session. We are going to move to a 10-minute break. It is currently 3:20, and we will return at 3:30. Thank you.
All right, seeing that panel members are present, I call the meeting back to order at 3:30 p.m. And we'll now open for the panel discussion. So for this full group discussion, we'll take one application at a time. And it is important that when we discuss each application, we'll only discuss that application, not others. And members will have the opportunity to recuse themselves as necessary. All right, Ms. Sapo and Mr. Diaz, please continue your facilitation.
Thank you. So we will start with the screener overview for Amira. If there's anyone who needs to recuse themselves, now would be the time to do so. Okay, so what we're going to do, sure, let me clear that out of the way. We're going to go through and look at each of the group's comments and where we found agreement. We've brought those comments together where there are differences in conversations or different points that were brought up. Vic and I will share what we heard from the group. Panelists are certainly welcome to weigh in to help describe any changes they'd like to see. Our goal at the end of this is to get to a place where staff can walk away and make non-substantive edits. So things like formatting, consistency issues, that kind of a thing. Anything that's a substantive change, we need to make sure that the panel has weighed in on that. Does that make sense? Okay. So we'll start at page, for all screeners, we had some comments that are across the board in the formatting. So because we're only having a formatting conversation, I think we're okay to go ahead and proceed related to formatting, okay? The panel has recommended that we need to move, this one is actually not a great example of it because there aren't many tables on this one. But where you have multiple tables on the screeners, moving those titles to the tables out of the parentheticals and there's a few different options on what that might look like. When we have a screener up that has that, I think we could talk through that. Another consistent across was the request to move the cost information. So from where it is, moving it down so that it's just above the communication section. So whether it's universal, I don't know what this is. Okay, but not all. Okay. And lastly, a recommendation to move the key, which is currently listed at the top of the table, down below the table. In order to stay in compliance with 5008, we would need to ensure that we have a brief sentence that indicates, please see the key at the bottom of the table so that there is some way that a screen reader would be able to identify that a key exists. So the recommendation is to move all of that section down to the bottom of all tables. Any questions or comments that folks want to add to those that were across or any that we've missed that are across all from a formatting perspective? Panelist Neeson?
What's the rationale for moving the key below the tables?
Panelist Grasso?
I think we just thought you can't really tell from this one, but on one of the other applications, it seemed very confusing and like muddled to have it up there. So we thought it would just look cleaner for all of them if we moved it to the bottom.
Any other questions or comments before we go into the individual ones? Okay. As soon as your group is started, we'll pass it to Vic to share these next few comments.
Yes, thank you. Couple comments. The first has to do with those headers and adding the header universal screening to the top of this one. On other ones, there was a idea to have it say something like universal screening with a colon and then a short description of what is meant by that one. Again, like we point out, this isn't the best one to demonstrate that one with, but That's what that is. And then our team did a lot of work to double check these charts, and they saw that second grade needs to be added to one of the rows here for a pseudo word. Thank you.
And our group agreed.
Okay.
Comment from Neeson? Yes, panelist Neeson.
I also had that reading comprehension on the other needed to be added for kinder and first grade. On the very last row. That was a notation I made. I think we missed it on the comments.
Mm-hmm.
Other reading comprehension, yeah. That should be, it's available for kinder and first grade as well.
And just because our group did not see that, does anyone need to take a moment to confirm or have any questions? Yes, panelist Wilson.
I have a question. You said it's available. Is it required? I guess that's a question. We didn't look at that one, so I just wanted to ask that.
So just to rephrase, is it required as a part of the universal screener? Panelist Gravitt?
It's for everyone's reference, we're looking at page 25 and 26. There's no denotation on the table saying that it's optional. It's listed with every other construct.
Thank you. So moving down to the next section, under the third bullet, under information about establishing, oh, yes, panelist Wilson?
I think it's listening comprehension in kinder, though. It's not reading comprehension. Sorry, we didn't look at that one, so I do need to look at it. Is it reading comprehension? I'm trying to get to 25, sorry.
We can take a pause.
It's kind of interesting, huh? Yeah, it is what's there. Can you scroll so I can see the whole table? Okay, all right.
Okay. Panelist Martinez?
So I'm just scrolling through the app, and I know it says on the table that it's check, but on page 31, it has a description of reading comprehension, and it says the reading comprehension task is an extension of the ORC task, and it is recommended for grades 2 and above.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So here's my recommendation, because I don't know whether we will have time to go through the entire document to verify and double check and cross check. So we would like to ask staff to verify reading comprehension and listening comprehension grade levels for this.
Specific to this application.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can do that. Yes, we can do that. Okay, so under information about establishing student language proficiency to administer the screener, for bullet number 3, our subgroup recommended adding at the very end of this, where it says LPAC levels 1 or 2, adding the words for Spanish-speaking English learners as an addition to that bullet. Not seeing any questions, I'm going to keep moving. So this one was related to the mode of administration. My understanding is that Vic's group took the language directly from the application. Our group agreed that that language was, the information was helpful to have, but they wanted to slightly reword the language. So our alternative suggestion was Amira's mode of administration is flexible and allows for both digital AI assessments and partial teacher-facilitated modes. Panelist Neeson.
I don't think that's accurate. because it's not flexible. It's based on whether or not Amira can understand what the student says, on whether or not it triggers the one-on-one administration. It's not flexible in that teachers can choose to give it individually. That's not where the flexibility comes in, and I think that language is a little bit misleading. I think we can continue to wordsmith it, but I don't think that we can put it out in that particular format.
So I like the idea of wordsmithing it a little because the first option sounded a little salesy to us.
Yep.
So that was so we felt like it needed to not sound like that. And I'm open to suggestions, but that is our reason for wanting to not just take it verbatim, but I don't know how to fix it.
Panel Station, yes.
I think originally we wanted to say something like one-on-one administration may be required if Amira cannot provide sufficient information based on student response or something along those lines, but you have probably a better...
Well, I'll say that to clarify, anybody can choose, according to the information provided on page 69 of the application, accommodations based on need, and it allows for the use of one-on-one, and you could do that. So that's in the accommodations that they allow for. So I don't think it's that the algorithm is going to trigger this, that it does do that. But in addition, you could choose to go one-on-one or partially proctored based off of the information provided on page 69.
But those students might also have to have accommodations within an IEP.
I don't want to read the application verbatim, but the system provides a range of accommodations, including the option for fully proctored one-on-one assessment or the use of paper-based alternatives. So there's other options that they have.
Maybe we can say something like, if needed, right? One-on-one assessment is optional.
So for those of us who don't have laser eyes to read that teeny tiny script, what it currently says is, and again, this would be added to, can you scroll up? Because, the area where it says group administration, a separate sentence after that would read, if needed, one-on-one administration is available. Agreement? Sounds good? Okay. Thank you. Also in this area, we were suggesting that we add in parentheses after this section, small group recommended for kindergarten and or based on individual student needs. Any questions on that one? And then Vic's group and our group agreed that adding per group to the end of each of these administration times in minutes makes good sense. There's agreement there. And that is the last one. So again, we're in discussion mode, so we will just move directly to the next overview, which will be amplify. If anyone is needing to recuse themselves, now would be the time to do so. And as I mentioned before, there'll be some notes formatting across the overviews that would be included here. At the bottom of the first page, one of the subgroups identified that we should name both of the of the instruments. So under English, specifically saying M class Dibbles 8, and under Spanish, specifically listing M class Lectura. Any comments on that? Panelist Martinez?
I like it. I'm just wondering, can't we make that consistent too? If there is different naming conventions for some of the approved screeners?
So if it could take this as a note, I think the recommendation is that across all screener overviews, if there is a difference in naming between the English instrument and the Spanish instrument, to capture both, capture the appropriate names for each. Thank you. So for this one, we were going to suggest we talk about the titles a little bit, because it makes a little more sense here, where if you look under the header row, it's differentiating what is required, what is additional optional. So in this case, the recommendation from the subgroup I was in was to move what is in the parentheses as required to being the title of the table in each of these cases. And I believe Vic's group had a slightly different idea to share.
Yeah, it would still say required, but then it would have a short description of what is meant by required. In this case, it would probably reference the ed code that would be above. With the required, it seems pretty obvious, but I think it was additional optional, where our group was thinking that that would be helpful to know what is meant by additional optional.
Is there anyone from that subgroup that would like to further describe that idea? Panelist Neeson?
I think that has more to do with another application than this one, but we wanted to have consistency across all the applications because there is more information needed on another application.
Okay. So perhaps it makes sense for us to hold this conversation until we have a chance to review that? Okay, thank you. So within our subgroup, under the required table, the very last row, it was recommended that we change reading fluency to other : reading comprehension. Any comments or questions in that?
Can we hear about why, the rationale?
It's a maze task, so the way it's described in the tool is it says it's comprehension.
Okay. Thank you. I'm smiling. Disagreement about what maze task taps into, but versus
fluency. We just read what they called it, labeled it, and then we paralleled it in the Spanish version.
So it would be good to check to see if there's agreement across the panel in terms of which, if the suggestion sticks, and if it does, we would make sure that the change is made in both Spanish and English. So thoughts from panelists?
I think it's a broader conversation between what the publisher or the applicant say it is versus what evidence indicates. I am fine with letting it go because I don't think this is the place to have it. It will require extended discussion.
Okay. So we'll keep that suggested change of changing it to read other reading comprehension, both for the English instrument and also for the Spanish. Then in this section under additional or optional in the Spanish instrument, suggesting that we strike language comprehension to make it parallel to the English table. Currently, the English table just lists vocabulary. Right here. Any questions on that one?
What are we striking from the Spanish table?
The words language comprehension. Currently, it reads in the fourth row, it currently reads vocabulary, semicolon, language comprehension. And the recommended strike is to take out language comprehension. The reason being that the parallel line in English just says vocabulary. Or parallel row, I should say.
And the next row in the Spanish does say oral language. Can you scroll down? I think it does. Yes.
No questions or comments on that? Okay. Panelist Gravlin and then Neeson.
Our subgroup had an additional comment on that table. I wanted to make sure it was captured.
Yeah, please go ahead. Sorry about that.
Well, we wanted to double check the second to last row for the qual palabra. We're not seeing reference to that being available as or optional for grade 1. So we wanted that double checked.
In the required or in the additional optional?
Additional optional.
Okay, can you say one more time?
Sure, that from our take of looking at the submission packet, we saw that subtest as required for grade 2, which was captured in the first Spanish table, but we're not seeing reference to that being optional for grade 1. So we wanted that double checked.
I believe our group double checked that one. Do we have the page number where we found that? Okay, so staff can double check it. Is the notion that if it is listed that we keep it as a yes, and if it is not listed, instead it should be NA?
Well, if it's not listed, that row would be omitted because then they would all be NA.
Yes, thank you. Then we would omit the row. Panelist Neeson? Good. Okay. On the top of page 4, our group is recommending that the a la carte pricing be represented a little bit differently. They found it confusing to track based on the information. And so they suggested that so that we aren't accidentally misinterpreting something, they recommended that we strike all of the detailed bullets and instead just add a sentence that says that says to the effect that the additional a la carte professional development is available. And so we would strike out reference to the 30 participants, and we wouldn't list out what the actual pricing is. We would also make that no longer a header, but its own independent sentence. Okay, not seeing any concerns. Vic, this one is yours.
Yeah, we had the insight from one of the members of our subgroup to revise these bullets of administration time to break up essentially what's broken up by semicolons by bullets. So now it would read kindergarten bullet doubles measures up to 4 minutes per student for one-on-one, new bullet for lectura, new bullet for additional measures, and that we would do that for each of the grade levels.
Any questions? Okay.
That's it for this one.
Okay. So we will move on to a discussion of the screener information overview for Stanford University's ROAR. If anyone needs to recuse themselves, now would be the time to do so.
Okay, for ROAR, our subgroup took a look at the table for additional optional and felt the need to eliminate the last 2 rows because we did not have information about the language and comprehension suite. If you'd like some more information about that, I believe that was insight from panelist Odegaard.
Yeah, actually, our subgroup had a conversation about what the picture vocabulary was testing, and we had the same conversation, like, oh, we found it, and then it doesn't describe it in the application. So I think that's good. Yeah.
Okay, great.
Okay. We had a suggested addition in the section under supports for students who are not yet proficient with English. We wanted to be clear that as the moderator is, as they're referencing the moderator to the Spanish script, which is the last line in that paragraph or that section, that we add can be read to Spanish-speaking students when administering the English version. So just providing a little bit more clarity about what the Spanish script is, and not just can be read to students, but can be read to Spanish-speaking students when using the English version.
Okay, our next comment is about the administration time. We had a similar one on another one, but to rewrite this as 18 minutes per class for required assessments, and then 8 minutes per class for required assessments.
Any comments or concerns? Panelist Neeson?
I also had suggested to add another bullet for time required for small group or one-on-one ROR-RAN administration, but we would need staff to identify what that time would be because we couldn't find it when we were looking for it.
Yep, we have that here, add a bullet for ROR-RAN. And so, yeah, we could have staff look through to see if they do specifically say how much time that is.
Even if it's not required, we either take it off of the grouping bullet or add it to the time.
Right. I just was saying either if we add it in, it still should say something recommended, not required or something.
Sure. Sure, and I think we should do that then also in the grouping. In both. Sorry.
So I think what I'm hearing is that staff would double check for that particular one, and when we add it, once we find what it is, we would add the recommended or optional, whichever category it falls under would fall there within administration. So is that first part correct?
Well, it would say grade 1, 18 minutes for, what did you say? Whole group required assessments or whole class required assessments. And then the grade 1 RAN recommended, but somehow it needs to note that it's not part of the required package if it's going to be listed there. Otherwise, it'll look like it's an add-on, and they have to do both, even though it's also on the table.
Okay, thank you.
Well, if you were going to add the recommended one, then I think that we should include visual processing as well.
And did you do that for all of them?
I don't know.
Either we
right.
the recommended or we only
right.
put the time
required.
I think we should be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
Thoughts across the panel on that? Martinez, panelist Martinez?
I guess my vote would be we have the information for all the required, and then we have just another bullet, for optional or recommended assessments. Please refer to the vendor. I don't know. I mean, I feel like there's a lot of information here, so that would be my recommendation.
Thank you. Panelist Gravelin and then Neeson?
I think with the number of these measures that have a number of different, how these packages can look in terms of how many additional subtests could be optional and recommended, I think that can get confusing and muddied real fast. And so I'm seconding the idea to only have the time for the required portions.
Panelist Neeson?
I agree. So if that's the case, I move to strike small group or one-on-one administration for the ROR-RAN. So if we're not going to put the required for the time, then we shouldn't put it under the group administration either.
Okay. Panelist Martinez?
I would also change then the header to say administration time for required assessments in minutes.
Let me make sure I'm finding. Okay, so in this fourth sub-bullet, administration time in.
For required assessments in minutes, and we should make that then
Do
consistent.
that across all screener overviews. Okay, thank you.
Administration time for required assessments.
It's there now.
Okay. Okay.
Anything else that you need to speak to here, or is that all?
I think that's it.
Okay, that is all of the comments on this one. Are there any further comments or questions from the panel? All right, that brings us to our last screener information overview, which is UCSF's multitudes. If you need to recuse yourself, you may do so now. We need to pass the gavel.
I will pass the gavel to Member Neeson. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I believe this is the one we want to talk about related to the table, the titles for the tables. So I'm just going to reiterate what our subgroup talked about and then turn it over to the panel to describe. So again, ours was suggesting that we take what's in the parenthetical, initial universal screening, and move that to the title as opposed to having it here in the header row. And they actually had recommended for this one that this detail around follow-up screening recommended for students, that actually be moved out of the tables and below it as sort of a descriptor that is across, and instead just have follow-up screening as the title for that table. They felt it broke things up, and of course you guys can speak to that. Let's go ahead and turn it over to the panel to hear the alternative ideas. Panelist Neeson?
Yeah, so I think this is the one where we were struggling to come up with the best way to identify this, to share what's different about follow-up screening from additional/optional. So we felt the description after the table header would be helpful for districts to see that, you know, you give the universal screener first, and then students who are identified as needing follow-up or support needed would need to take these additional measures. And then here on this bottom one are even more additional/optional tasks. But our thinking was to include a descriptive sentence after the title of each table.
And to go one step further, as we looked into the procedures and the technical manual, I don't even think this is recommended. I think it's going to algorithmically administer these additional assessments to children who are screened as support needed, which indicates they're at risk.
Panelist Martinez?
I mean, if that's the case, I do think then it's required, right? So that would be triggered. So it's not then a recommended. So I do think that I like the idea of being as clear as possible about what is the universal screener. And in this case, it is at a minimum the first box, and it may be in addition this second box. But I also like just a brief header with then the description about the follow-up piece that gets at that it, for some students, if it may not be triggered, right? So.
Because in MTSS, the second box captures for those at risk the diagnostic assessment that comes in to do the more survey level assessment. So, and the algorithm is going to do that, but it's not technically procedurally in MTSS a universal screener any longer, because you've done that first brief pass. Now you're doing a deeper diagnostic for this set of students who are flagged as support needed. And that's for the instructional needs, which then it'll trigger and then provide instructional recommendations.
So in our subgroup, Pastor, I just want to see if you want to stick with this. We wrote that then as follow-up screening, follow-up assessments for students identified as support needed, parentheses, at risk by the universal screener.
Panelist Martinez?
I think the only question is we've got in the timing piece, right, for required assessments, and still I feel like it's unclear. So I would just add, what was the sentence that you have?
It's right here, follow-up screening, follow-up assessments for students identified as support needed at risk by the universal screener.
I would say follow-up required assessments for students identified as.
Does that make sense for other panelists?
Carlin, Jess, I mean, that was my read of the technical manual in that chapter that talked about it was this was going to be done. But to panelist Martinez, thank you. It's light of the day. Bartha. I think you're alluding to, since this is technically required for some of the students, the timing of this probably is mission critical when we get to that piece. Am I hearing you in that?
I think what we're trying to distinguish is what's required and what's recommended, and then we have another section about the timing, the administration. So then we'd want to note then these other measures that may be required. We'd want to put the.
Yep. I think that's really critical.
So just want to make sure I got this right then. Follow-up screening, required follow-up assessments for students identified as support needed at risk by the universal screener.
I'm going to skip over a couple so we can look at that section that you were just talking about related to timing, because I think that that's something that staff can probably address pretty easily. Okay, yeah, that's what I thought. So in these bullets, it actually is differentiated out, right? The initial universal screening is 13 minutes on average. Follow-up for those needing support is 11.5 minutes on average. Does that cover the... Okay.
And just while we're here, our subgroup recommended adding on average per student.
We'll go back up to the additional ones, but I just wanted to be sure that that piece was clear. So is this specific to timing? Otherwise, we're going to go back up. Okay.
Yeah, so for this next table of additional optional, the recommendation for our subgroup was additional optional, assessments intended for LEAs to choose from in the event that a follow-up screening does not provide enough information or if an LEA would like additional information. That's Martinez.
I guess I'm just asking why we would need that. I mean, isn't that what's implied by additional and optional across all of our assessments?
I think this is where it was trying to differentiate between, this is why this one is a little bit different than the others, because there are 3 tables. With Amira, we could see that it was 1 table. The other ones had the 2 tables, like the required and the additional optional. This one had the follow-up. So it was just to help distinguish the difference. But if you think the description of just the follow-up is enough, and then additional/optional that's fine with me too. We could strike the other language.
Other members of the panel comfortable with that? Yes? Okay. So now we're noting strike description and just have additional optional as the title. Panelist Odegaard?
But just to clarify, it'll be a header, not just, okay, cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Not in the row, but above.
Okay. The next point is an information about establishing student language proficiency, that listening comprehension for grades 1 and 2 needs to be added to this table per 8.1 technical manual. Sorry, that appeared there, but it's actually over here in this additional optional table. So the recommendation is to add listening comprehension for grades 1 and 2. Okay. We can do that.
Panelist Neeson?
I had another comment that I don't see on the list here. Under skills measured, I wanted it to say per EC 53008. I wanted it to have the statute like right underneath of there. Do you see it on the table?
So throughout all of the overviews?
Yes, because though if you look at just skills measured, it doesn't make sense that there are certain things missing or listed as other unless you're knowing that it's coming straight from the statute. So just for clarity, I was suggesting to have skills measured and then maybe a parenthetical that says per EC 53008, etc.
So I would suggest that we have this conversation when we have the full group, just because this one in particular, we had it at the very bottom and then we moved it up to the top. So I just want to make sure that...
I don't mean like changing, I just mean on the table.
I understand. To put, let me say it back and maybe you'll make sure I understand. So in the header row, under skilled measured, you'd like to say per EC 53008 G1B. Yeah. So I just want to suggest that we bring that back because that way we can talk about the overall changes altogether. Panelist Gravlin?
I was just going to add, because I see it under the comments, but we didn't say it out loud. So I didn't know. So additional revisions that we had noted under those additional optional were that the receptive vocabulary is currently only listed as grades 1 and 2, but I wanted to double check because I see it in the technical manual on page 268 as also being for kindergarten. Yeah, so it's highlighted there, but we just didn't say it out loud.
Yeah. Some of these comments are further down on the page.
I see. And then along the same lines for semantic mapping, it's listed on the table for grades kinder and 1, but in the technical manual, it's also listed for grade 2.
Mm-hmm.
Any comments from the panel?
Arlen, we need to be careful though, because receptive vocabulary, if I'm not mistaken, no, it's not. You're right. That's exactly right. That's why this is so critical, because we have expressive vocabulary as required in K, but the receptive piece is optional, and we don't have that captured on the optional down there. Nor is it captured. Let's just make sure it's not one of the triggered required follow-ups for those at risk. And so that's why this has been, among many other things, very challenging.
Okay, we're going to capture the comments, and then I'd like to read them back to make sure that we have it accurately represented.
Okay, so there's several, and I apologize, just the way that this screen is tilted makes it really hard to see the shading. Okay, so listening comprehension for grades 1 and 2 needs to be added to this table per table 8.1 in the technical manual. In addition, letter sound fluency for grade 2 did not appear on table 8.1. Receptive vocabulary kindergarten should be added per table 8.1. And grade 2 should be added per table 8.1 for semantic mapping.
Follow-up question for the letter sound knowledge. So I believe what you're saying is that would switch over to NA, which means that row would be stricken because there is no, it doesn't come up in any of the grades. Is that correct? And this is in the additional option table. I see one nod. So again, for the letter sound knowledge in the additional optional, if that is no longer a yes, then we would strike that row. Just want to confirm that. Okay, thank you. And thank you for bearing with all of our need to do this in a real-time manner. It's complicated. Okay, the next is at the top of page 3. The recommendation is to insert the word detailed. So it currently says guidance, that we would say detailed guidance and administration protocol. The group really just wanted to emphasize that there's a lot of detailed information that can be useful. And then also to add a sentence that says, this includes information about necessary LPAC levels for the English screener. Any comments? Also in this section, the final sentence, starting with if the student does not yet have, our group is recommending that we move this sentence down to the section on supports for English students, as opposed to establishing student language proficiency. So not changing the sentence, but rather moving it altogether. I believe that this bullet actually we took care of with the other one, so I'm going to go ahead and delete that off.
Yep, and then still with this section, our subgroup recommended to add to the end of the sentence, in addition to what the student profile per statute requirements.
Requirements?
Oops, hang on. Sorry. I think I should say, in addition to what the student profile states per statute requirements. Yeah, panelist Lisa?
It should say, so essentially ending out the sentence, to support their evaluation of the student's risk of reading difficulties, comma, in addition to the profile required by statute. Because there's a student profile that's required when a student doesn't meet minimum language proficiencies in the statute.
Just 1 second, we'll read it back.
And that can be wordsmithed if that's helpful, but that was the idea, is how do we convey that they can't just do this part, but that it has to be part of the full profile of educational history of the student.
Okay, thank you. Panelist Martinez, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm confused.
The statute requires, it says in the statute that when a student doesn't have the minimum language proficiency, that a district should use an evaluation of the student's developmental history and other profiles in accordance with the dyslexia guidelines to establish their risk for reading difficulties. So we want to convey in this sentence to say, you can't just use the multitudes piece, that has to be in addition to the other pieces required by the statute.
Okay, so I feel like this is also one that should be across all of them. And in this case, actually, I'm pretty sure it was multitudes that was the only one that had some options for students who did not meet the minimum proficiency, because then they also indicated, that they can do these tasks that don't require the language proficiency. There were other ones on our approved list where it doesn't provide any guidance. So I would just say again that we make that a templated language.
And can you suggest where in particular we would put that language? Only because right now we have it associated with a sentence that's specific to this screener, right?
It would be in the supports for students who are not yet proficient with English in that section across the board. So if there's for students. So it would be if the student does not yet have the minimum language proficiency, and that's the case with all of our screeners, that we should have that templated language.
Okay. Thoughts or reactions from others on the panel?
The templated language for multitudes in particular presumes that it has a Spanish language test. ROAR doesn't. So it would be modified slightly, because if they don't have proficiency in, if they can't be measured in their language proficiency, then you would be having to do these other things. And I don't know if you can pull specifically the subchapter of the statute to make sure that we have clarity, because Panelist Martinez wasn't clear about what we were speaking to, but there is clarity a little bit about what we're supposed to do if you can't measure in a language that is accessible to the child to make that determination. And it's in the statute.
I think we understand. Let's make sure we've captured it.
Yeah, I would say to capture it here.
So my suggestion would be that staff identifies a way to represent within this section across all of the screener overviews what the statute points to in terms of what to do if a student does not yet have proficiency in a language for the instrument. Panelist Martinez?
So I guess the only difference I would say for multitudes is that multitudes is the only one that actually said, here's some specific tasks that you can do. The other screeners don't say, they just say it's not appropriate. So I think we need the templated language, and we need to say, and in the case of multitudes, they provide some guidance about some specific tasks. So it should be an and in the multitude case, and in the other assessments, we really do need that templated language across the board. And I would say too, it doesn't matter if they just have if they have a Spanish assessment, because we have ELs who have different language proficiencies. And they still require some level of proficiency in either language. Yeah. So.
Okay.
And that's a good clarity, and that's what I meant was it could be Vietnamese, it could be Farsi. It doesn't matter. It's just it happens to be that we have a few approved Spanish language screeners, but this would apply to any child who's not proficient in, let's say, Urdu, and then there's not an Urdu measure, and they're not going to be able to take the English measure or the Spanish measure. So what do we do in that case? And that's to be very clear and transparent about what we're talking about here.
Okay. If I could read back, and then panelist Neeson. So for this overview in particular, we'd add something like, in the case of multitudes, guidance is provided for specific tasks that could be used. Okay. Panelist Neeson.
Yeah, that's actually specifically called out in the statute. I'm looking at it right now, but my suggestion would be just to have a small asterisk after any paragraph in the section for support for students who are not yet proficient in English, and the asterisk could just be a quote taken directly from the statute, where it says students, let's see, I'm looking at the wrong one, here it is. It says, if the screening instrument is not available in at least one language in which the pupil is proficient, before the pupil can be screened, etc., it says shall be evaluated through an analysis of the pupil's developmental history, educational history, and literacy progress, and then refer them back to the statute. But just something in there to say, like quoting directly from there.
Thank you. And again, that piece would be across all. So we'll probably need to summarize that when we talk about the across all when Chair Kim comes back. Okay, let's go ahead and move to the next. This was just indicating that the sentence that we're suggesting we move down would go just prior to this last sentence here. I think we'll take that within the context. We'll need to take a look at it for how we then move it across all of them where it belongs.
Okay, the next comments are in the administration time, adding on average per student. So initially screening is 13 minutes on average per student, and to do that with each of the administration types. Okay, seeing some head nodding. So the last one here is to rewrite this part to say that there are 2 ways to sign onto the system. There's a direct sign-in for teachers, school leaders, and district leaders can sign in directly, and then the rest of that language. And then to call it in a second bullet, clever rostering can be used. Then to pull out the sentence, in addition, student reports with family friendly, all the way to the end of that sentence that ends with guardians. Yes, Anthony.
We looked at this one first, and in reviewing the other applications, they were all sort of laid out similarly to what's currently here. So I'm just going to say I could cut my suggestion and that we don't change it, because the other ones are very similar in their construct. Is that okay? I'm saying we don't make the change. Don't change it there. I suggested the change, and after considering it, I don't think we need it.
Thank you.
Okay.
So that brings us to the end. Are there any further comments related to multitudes overview, information overview? Okay, let's go ahead and bring back our recused members.
At this time, I'll turn the gavel back to Chair Kim.
Oh, and Panelist Wilson, I'm sorry. Welcome back. We are just conferring, so we need just a moment or two. We are tight on time, so I don't suggest that we do a full break, but we're going to probably need 3 minutes for us to just get ourselves together in case anybody needs to make any very fast runs. Okay, welcome back. A few items came up during the last conversation that applied to the overarching edits that would then impact other screener overviews. So we wanted to bring Chair Kim and Panelist Wilson into that conversation before anything was finalized. We've added those changes onto this slide. The first is around adding titles for each of the tables of skills measured, eliminating the parenthetical titles in the table. And that change in particular, I think this one we talked about previously. Is there something specific to this that was different?
No, we just want to make sure that we're capturing that we would be making that across all four of the screening orders.
Thank you. Also, for the second one, adding boilerplate language that references the statute about students. This is particularly in the section with students who do not yet have minimum language proficiency, that they want to add, that we suggest that we add something that references from the statute the support for the student in the support for students section. And so that's something that staff would work on based on the conversation we had and the notes that we took in that section. The third one is that on the tables themselves in the header row underneath skills measured, it was recommended to add per statute and reference the statute there. Not that we would take away that longer sentence that's included on each of them listing out the statute, but that we would also have it right there for easier reference under the as a part of that header for that column. Skilled measured per statute. And the last one being to move the key to the bottom of the skills measured tables that we talked about before with a note at the top. Anything that any panelists want to say related to these additional overarching edits? Okay. So this allows us to move to the voting process. Because we only have one of the three that apply to, that have recusals that apply to it, we can break this into 2 votes. So I'm going to recommend that we first take on the screener overviews for, make sure I have them all in my mind correctly, for Amplify, and just want to say them all accurately, guys. Stanford University Roar and Amira. So voting, taking those 3 together, we're recommending that whoever's interested in making a motion, there's some language here that speaks specifically to the posted versions and the comments that we made and then presented during our prior conversation, that those changes as described during the staff presentation would be included. And then as a second point, moving to offer staff the authority to make non-substantive technical edits, so the grammatical formatting and clarifying edits as needed. So with that, I turn it to the panel.
Thank you. So we are voting for Amira, Amplify, and Roar. As stated right there, the language you just saw. Do I have a motion? Okay, you have a question.
Can we move to vote for all 3 at the same time, or does it have to be one by one? Okay, all 3? Okay.
So we're gonna vote Amira, Amplify, Roar all together, and then separately for multitude.
Okay, I'll do it. I move to approve the screener information overview for Amplify, Stanford University Roar, and Amira, which provides information regarding the administration of the screening instruments in accordance with EC 53008C2, as posted with the changes described during the staff presentation that reflect the changes made by panelists in the study session. You want me to say the addition now or at the end? In addition, I move to provide staff with the authority to make non-substantive technical edits, including grammatical, formatting, and clarifying edits to the overviews as needed.
Thank you. Do I have a second?
I second.
I have a second by panel member Neeson. Is there any discussion point? All right, Ms. Holmes, would you please call the roll?
Chair Kim,
Yes.
noting that Vice Chair Guerrero is not present. Member Gravelin,
Yes.
Member Grasso,
Yes.
Member Martinez,
Yes.
Member Neeson,
Yes.
noting that Member O'Brien is not present. Member Odegaard,
Yes.
Member Wilson.
Yes.
We have 7 yeses, 0 nos to approve the application, to approve the overviews for Amira, Amplify, and Roar. Chair Kim.
Thank you. So before we move to the next one, I will be turning over the gavel to Vice Chair for today, Member Neeson, for this application.
So we will be voting related to UCSF multitudes, and if you need to recuse yourself, now is the time to do so.
Okay, do we have a motion for UCSF multitudes?
I move to approve the screener information overview for UCSF multitudes, which includes information regarding the administration of the screening instrument in accordance with Ed Code 008, C2, as posted with the changes described. As posted with the changes described during the staff presentation that reflect the changes made by panelists in the study session. In addition, I move to provide staff with the authority to make non-substantive technical edits, including grammatical, formatting, and clarifying edits to the overviews as needed.
Okay, we have a motion by panel member Martinez. Do we have a second? Member Gravelin seconds the motion. Ms. Holmes, will you please call the roll?
Noting that Chair Kim has recused, noting that Vice Chair Guerrero is not present. Member Gravelin,
Yes.
Member Grasso,
Yes.
Member Martinez,
Yes.
Member Neeson,
Yes.
noting that Member O'Brien is not present. Member Odegaard, and noting that Member Wilson has recused. Member Neeson, we have 5 yes, 0 no to approve the overview for multitudes.
Motion is carried. Thank you. Can you please ask the recused members to return? At this time, I'll return the gavel to Chair Kim.
Thank you. All right. All right, so this concludes item 5. We're going to move to item 6, which is general public comment. I would like to take up agenda item 6. So public comment is invited on any matter not included on the printed agenda. Members of the public wishing to provide comment on this item may do so in person or by calling the number shown on the public comment slide. Are there any speakers signed up to provide public comment in person?
There are none.
Anyone waiting to provide public comment on the phone line?
There are none.
I just want to give maybe a second. If there's none, really none? All right, so I hereby adjourn our December 16, 2024 Reading Difficulties Risk Screener Selection Panel meeting at 4:44 p.m. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you.